Good afternoon. I'm going to call the City of Santa Clara Council and Authorities Concurrent Meeting to order. Could we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Together, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting the needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy. Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Let's hold off on excusing Vice Mayor Hardy to see if she actually calls in. Let's give her some time. If not, we can do that later. Okay, so we have two items on closed session, and so I want to go to the public comment on closed session. I know we have one e-comment that came in. Assistant City Clerk, if you'd like to read that e-comment.
Yes, we received an e-comment from Adam Thompson on an item for closed session. The comment reads, "This project is located on the site of the city's most productive well. The city and residents cannot afford to destroy this well for a project. This project also did not follow the Surplus Land Act and should be sent out to the community for a visioning prior to receiving a proposal from a developer. This project does not meet the station area plan and/or good transit center requirements. The community voiced severe concerns at the VTA held community meeting." End of comment.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments that have come in? Do we have anyone here, physically here in City Hall?
We do not.
Okay, we will adjourn then to closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We are back here from our closed session. So before I make some comments, I want to welcome you to today's council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent the slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, I'm removing my face covering so you can hear me a little bit better, but if you can see our council chambers, I am at least 15 feet or more away from any person. So as I do move about, I'll put my face covering on, but everyone in the council chambers does have face coverings on. So for today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home. Members of the public can join us via the link or call in to the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. I hope you're seeing that. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you are seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your last name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public that are requesting to speak are under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov. Public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public so that they have an opportunity to speak if they do come into City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do so. I want to thank all Santa Clarans for your efforts in following the very serious steps we are taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the safety and health of our community. So thank you and welcome to the meeting today. The first item we have is reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Madam Mayor, Council, the Council took no reportable action in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right, next we have the statement read by our City Clerk. We failed to read that earlier. Forgot to call on her.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Clerk. Next, I'm going to ask the council for a motion to excuse Vice Mayor Hardy. She will not be attending this meeting.
Motion to excuse Vice Mayor Hardy.
Okay,
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Chahal. Any discussion on that? Roll call vote, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and that passes unanimously. Is there only 4 of us? Wait, there should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who are we missing? Watanabe's. Okay. We missed you, Kathy. Okay. All right. So that passes unanimously. Next, we have continuances and exceptions. I would like to ask the council if we could move up one of our special orders of business to right after item number 1, and that's a proclamation of June 19th, 2020 as Juneteenth, since our honored guest is here right now. So could I just please have a motion to move item 3 up behind item 1?
Motion to
So
move
moved.
item 3 behind item 1.
Motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Chahal. Any discussion? None? City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
There we
And
go.
that passes unanimously. Thank you. Before we move into our meeting, I'm going to ask the council, and normally we do this at the end of the meeting, but this was important today to move forward. I'm going to ask that the council and the council chambers and the city, that you join me in a moment of silence. I'd like to recognize the recent shootings of Federal Protective Officer Dave Patrick Underwood and Santa Cruz County Deputy Sergeant Damon Gutzweller. So before we go into our council agenda today, I would like to offer our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Federal Protective Officer Dave Patrick Underwood and Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Deputy Sergeant Damon Gutzweller, who were both tragically killed in the line of duty. Dave Patrick Underwood was shot and killed on May 29, 2020, while on duty at the Ronald V. Dellums Federal Building in Oakland, when a van pulled up to the building and an occupant began firing at the security personnel stationed outside the building. Damon Gutzweller was shot and killed on June 6, 2020, while he and a fellow deputy were ambushed during an investigation of reports of a suspicious vehicle. I know in that situation, our Santa Clara Police Department was called to the scene and for assistance to the Sheriff's Department. So our hearts and prayers are with the family and friends of our heroes whose lives were so tragically and senselessly taken, and especially to their wives and children and the unborn child from the one, Mr. Damon. So let us please have a moment of silence in memory of Federal Protective Officer Dave Patrick Underwood and Sergeant Damon Gutzweller. Thank you, Council, for that. So next on our agenda, we have an item which is action on continuing the public hearing for related Santa Clara Development Area Plan 2 to July 13th, 2020. Could I please have a motion on that, continuance?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, motion by Watanabe, second by Davis. Any other discussion? Anyone from the public on that continuance? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Okay, next, we have a special order of business, which is a proclamation of June 19th, 2020 as Juneteenth. And I just want to say I did have a State of the City last Friday on the real Juneteenth, and I was able to talk a little bit about the significance of the holiday. So I would like to take a moment to recognize June 19th or Juneteenth in our country's history. We were honored to have had the chance to highlight this last Friday at our State of the City. On this day in 1865, Union Major General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, freeing the enslaved men, women, and children of Texas. Juneteenth is celebrated annually on the 19th of June to commemorate the abolition of slavery in Texas and other Confederate States of America, ending slavery in the United States. Although the Emancipation Proclamation had been issued on January 1, 1863, almost 3 years later, on June 19, 1865, it was finally read in Texas to enslaved African Americans, advising them that they had been freed, albeit years later. Texas was the last Confederate state to have the proclamation announced after the end of the American Civil War in April of that year. Unfortunately, freedom had been delayed and denied for nearly 3 years. We are honored to commemorate the emancipation of the last remaining enslaved African Americans in the United States by proclaiming June 19, 2020 as Juneteenth in the city of Santa Clara. In the spirit of solidarity and community healing, I, along with my City Council colleagues, call upon members of the Santa Clara community to work together to build connections and trust and strive towards bringing an end to racism and racial injustices in our country. And now I would like to invite Mr. Milan Balaton, the Executive Director of the African American Community Services Agency Family Resource Center, to come up to the podium to accept the Juneteenth proclamation and to say a few words. But we'll have you say a few words first, and then I'll, at a distance, hand you the proclamation. Welcome. We're so happy to have you here.
Welcome. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to all residents of Santa Clara for recognizing Juneteenth. Juneteenth is very important to our community, and I think currently with COVID-19, it paused the world to realize what has been happening throughout our country, and that we now recognize that Juneteenth is about freedom in various areas of racial justice, social justice, and criminal justice, and all types of justices. What we know at the African American Community Service Agency is that we can do the work together now to make sure that we can continue to free people and whatever they need, and the power of the government to support the needs of the people. And so today I'm here to say thank you. I look forward to continuing to work with all of you and continuing to look into our institutions on how we can change them and make them better for Black people and for all people, as we have always done so. Thank you.
Thank you, Milan. Thank you so much. I know we talked about doing something a little more special than this, but we'll put that on hold till a little later in the year. Thank you so much. All right, again, thank you so much for coming. All right, bye-bye. Next, we have on the agenda a study session presentation on voter research activities related to potential revenue measures for the November 2020 ballot. City Manager.
Good afternoon. I'm going to keep my comments short just because I know that our consultants' time is very limited. This is a continued discussion on the revenue strategy efforts. If you recall, back in November, the council authorized the city, myself, to get into a contract to provide engagement with the community as well as to conduct surveys on revenue opportunities. Today we have Emily Goodwin from EMC, who's available to provide the presentation, which could be followed by a presentation from Sean Spano on the community engagement. And although we have had to change and pivot from COVID on our community engagement, we still were able to conduct some level of community engagement and have some report outs today. So I'll pass it over to Emily.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council and Madam Mayor. Thank you for having me. My name is Emily Goodman. I am a principal at EMC Research. We recently conducted a survey, and I'll ask the folks to jump to the next slide, talking through some methodology of who we contacted. Thank you. Right. I'll just start talking and then you can load it up.
Yes, Emily.
There we go.
Nora will be changing the slides for you when you ask her to.
Okay, thank you, Nora. So a quick note, we conducted a total of 645 interviews among likely November 2020 voters. We used a mixed mode methodology. That means that we contacted voters in a couple of ways, including by telephone and over online, meaning we sent an invitation to voters who had an email address available on the voter file. A note on the timing, we're all very much aware, but we wanted to help put these results into context. The survey was conducted in mid-May, so pretty fresh data, though it's important to remember kind of where we were at that point, which was during weeks 1 and 2 of the shelter-in-place stage 2. So there was a gradual reopening of some of the essential businesses and non-essential businesses. We did offer the survey in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese. And then there are a couple of places where we are able to compare results to previous research that we have done for you all back in June of 2018. Next slide, please. A few key findings before we get into the numbers. We see that constituents still feel very positively about the job that the city is doing. We do see that voters anticipate having some financial personal impact as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's an important data point as we think about putting a future measure on the ballot. We see that constituents are not ready to support a bond measure at this time, but we do see an opportunity to place a TOT measure on the ballot to maintain and protect essential city services. Some of the priorities included disaster and emergency preparedness, street and pothole repair, and fire protection services. Next slide, please. You can, next slide, thanks. So looking just quickly at the job ratings of the city, we see that voters feel very positively about the job that the city is doing. This top item here, the job that the city of Santa Clara does, keeping residents informed. 70% of voters gave the city an excellent or good rating on that. The job the city does overall, 67% of voters gave a positive rating to the city on that. The job the city does, focusing on the priorities that matter most to residents. So essentially that you're listening to what voters care about. A majority of voters, 54%, think that you're doing a good job on that. And then using tax dollars responsibly, we see a majority of voters also think that you are managing tax dollars responsibly. Next slide. We wanted to compare these ratings to past ratings back in 2018. We see things are pretty consistent with where they were back in 2018. We have seen a little bit of an increase here in the current survey, and you can see that the increase in that blue bar for both the job that the city is doing overall and the job that is doing, focusing on things that voters care about and that matter most to residents. Next slide, please. We asked what impact do you think COVID-19 or coronavirus will have on your monthly household expenses in the next few months. We see that 37% of voters say that they don't anticipate an impact, but on the other side of that, nearly a majority, 48%, say that they anticipate at least some impact. So the scale was 1 to 7, where 1 was no impact at all and 7 was an extremely large impact. And we see 48% of voters saying at least 5 on that scale of 1 to 7, anticipating some sort of impact to their personal finances. Next slide, please. So now we're going to go into the voter support for a potential measure. Looking first at a TOT measure, you can see on the left there, the gray box is the exact ballot language that we provided to respondents. This could be something that is placed on the ballot to maintain and protect the level of essential city services, including 911 emergency, medical and disaster preparedness, police and fire protection, bicycle and pedestrian safety, roadways and storm drains, and other vital services. Shall measure increasing the hotel tax rate up to 4%, generating $7 million annually until ended by voters be adopted. And we see that 70% of voters would support that measure today. That includes 68% of voters who were solidly yes, and if they were undecided, we lean and said, which way do you lean toward voting yes or voting no? Another 2% said that they would lean toward voting yes, so that's where we get to 70% total yes, 26% total no, and just a handful of voters are undecided with 4% down there at the bottom. And we should note that the threshold to pass this type of measure is a simple majority at 50% plus 1. Next slide, please. Now looking at the feasibility of a bond measure, which we also tested in this survey, again, you can see the hypothetical ballot language that we included there in the box on the right. We did test two different bond amounts using a split sample methodology where half of the poll respondents heard a $1 amount, which was a $198 million bond. The other half of poll respondents heard a $398 bond. We wanted to see if there was any tax sensitivity for voters. And the upshot here is that both bonds that we tested at both amounts fall pretty short of the 2/3 threshold needed for passage in this case. And there wasn't really much of a statistical difference in support for those bond measures. Next slide, please. We did provide some additional information talking about some of the outcomes or what these measures could possibly do, and we wanted to share some of those here with you. This top piece of information, the Santa Clara Fire Department receives nearly 10,000 calls for service per year. That's an increase. This measure could help make sure that the fire department has what they need to keep coming when you call. So we see that 83% of voters found that to be a convincing reason to support the measure, including nearly a majority who found that to be very convincing. We have a couple of other items here that we included, including just the need of repair for some of the public buildings, and then kind of a quality of life message, understanding that Santa Clara is a great place for children and families, and we want to be able to invest in the wonderful place that Santa Clara is. And 75% of voters found that to be a convincing reason to support the measure. Next slide, please. So after all information was presented, we see that support for the TOT measure continues to be well above the majority threshold needed for passage at 69%. Total yes after all information. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up, we see again that the city continues to receive high marks from constituents on the job that you are doing, kind of across the board, both generally and then more specifically keeping residents informed and things like that. We do not see a bond measure as viable at this time. It does not have the voter support needed. And then we do see an opportunity to place a TOT measure on the ballot. Looking ahead, that would be paid for by hotel and motel guests and used to fund essential city services. So that's it for me, and I think we have some additional presentations from Sean Spano. Happy to answer any questions for that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Why don't we go through all the presentations and then we can do the questions? So if the council would like to just, write down their questions, think of their questions, we can do it all at the end of all the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, excellent. Madam Mayor, City Council, it's a pleasure to be with you today, and I'll be reporting on the community meeting that we conducted as part of the infrastructure project. Nora, if we could go to the next slide, please. So as City Manager Santana mentioned at the beginning, we started back in February planning a series of 13 in-person meetings. And then, of course, we had to reimagine and revise that in mid-March with the COVID-19 shelter-in-place requirements. And what that really did was it opened up a new opportunity to engage the community, which we did in a virtual format similar to what we're doing here with the webinar on Zoom. It also opened up a new opportunity for outreach. One example was in your weekly food distribution program, putting flyers in to the participants there, so able to reach people who normally are not connected to city government, both on the outreach side, and then as I'll mention later on, we were able to attract some community members in the virtual meetings that normally don't participate in community events with the city. So in total, we conducted 6 meetings. 5 of the meetings were open to the public, and then we set aside 1 meeting specifically for invitations for your commissioners and relevant engaged stakeholders. We had 56 community members participating. We also had an online survey to capture information from people who were not able to participate in the virtual meetings. Next slide, Nora. We focused the virtual meetings on 4 areas of infrastructure needs. This is how we will organize them. One category was safe street improvements, which also included pedestrian and bike paths. The second area was flood protection and stormwater improvements. The third area was fire station upgrades and modernization. And then the fourth was parks, recreation, and library amenities. And then you saw those come up in the survey that Emily just described in terms of the preferences or the agreement that those are important infrastructure areas to fund. Let me also say that in addition to the virtual meetings, for each one of those 4 areas, staff put together a live tour. And these were very interesting, very informative tours that were conducted live, and the recordings of those are still on the webpage for this project. And so Kendra Davis interviewed staff members in each of those 4 infrastructure areas, and those were conducted prior to the virtual meetings, and they served as a wonderful background set of information, an entry point into the community meetings. And I'll have a little bit more to say about those when I wrap up at the end. Back to the virtual meetings, there were 2 purposes for those. One was educate participants on the city's infrastructure needs. And in some ways, that was the most critical purpose, because as we developed this, it was really about educating the community about what those infrastructure needs are, what the costs are associated with those, and then the importance of those infrastructure needs to the city and to the community. And then we facilitated questions and answers with the community. We intentionally designed this to be as interactive and participatory as possible. So we elicited information and then also checked in with them on what information they needed to support infrastructure funding options. I should mention that we did not talk specifically about funding options. We didn't talk about a TOT, a bond measure. That was really EMC and Emily and her group finding scientific and public opinion information on those. So if we go on to the next slide, Nora. So real quick, I'll just walk through the overall results for the 4 infrastructure areas. On safe streets, this particular area generated more comments and questions than any other area. And maybe that stands to reason given that your community members are driving, walking, riding on your streets on a daily basis. It does indicate that there's concern with the safety of the streets and pedestrian and bike safety. Those were a number of questions that came up having to do with safety. And then another area, another theme that came out of the comments around this area, some asked if street upgrades could be integrated into other infrastructure improvements, and those were primarily around parks and trails and pedestrian access. Next slide, please. Flood and stormwater results. Comments focused on the logistics of how the infrastructure works, indicating less familiarity with this area compared to the others. And it really does stand to reason that so much of your flood and stormwater infrastructure is literally out of sight of the community, underground, behind things. It's just not visibly accessible to the community. And so it's just very interesting to hear the questions and really the interest in the community of this infrastructure that people just don't really see. Several questions asked about making sustainable improvements. How can we do this in a way that embraces a green approach to city infrastructure? Oh, I should also say all the live tours were great. The live tour for the stormwater and flood protection showed a pump station and took you into the pump station. It was just very interesting. I've been working with city governments for 20 years, and I learned so much from that live tour. Okay, on to the next slide, please. Fire station results. Comments indicated support for the basic needs of the stations, paralleling what you heard from Emily on the survey. Bathrooms, storage areas, etc. And then there was also Chief Ray presented on fire station infrastructure needs and did a great job talking about gender equity and the kind of improvements that would need to be made to accommodate female firefighters. The station number 5 figured very prominently in that live tour, and the bathroom in station number 5 got a lot of interest because it needs upgrades. And then some participants asked questions about expanding your CERT program, and then also about availability of grants to help fund the upgrades. Next slide, please. Parks and library results. These generated more suggestions than any other area. The participants had lots of ideas about what could happen or should happen with parks and libraries. These included additional programming, additional services, lighting. I know that was a big issue in the library, and then also programming and services that would provide additional revenue sources for the city. And then several questions focused on plan development and trail interfaces, and the plan development that got the most attention there was related project. Next slide, please. So we did not ask specifically about funding, asking them to comment on funding options, although each one of the presentations did include information about the cost of the infrastructure upgrades and improvement. So what was most interesting to us was the magnitude of the unmet infrastructure need being a surprise to the community. They were, for the most part, not aware of that. And then, of course, right after their expression of surprise, there was concern, the concern being that question, how will these needs be funded? And as you well know, we're talking millions and millions of dollars here. So in that regard, I think we were successful in enabling the education purpose to be met. I think this was a real wake-up call to community members and a real educational process for them. And then several participants did ask about prioritizing unmet needs and distinguishing between urgent and nice to have. Again, we didn't ask them to prioritize, and it would have been premature to do that. This was really about educating them about these infrastructure needs and the costs associated with them. Next slide, please. There were a couple process lessons learned. The virtual meetings and video tours can expand and broaden community participation and inclusion. As I mentioned, some of the participants, this was their first time participating in a community meeting with the city, and there's an opportunity to expand that level of participation and inclusion. And on a similar vein, new avenues for outreach. I mentioned the food distribution program as a way to reach community members who aren't typically connected. So it was a success in the sense of moving from an in-person format to a virtual format. We were successful doing that And then in addition to that, it opened up a couple new avenues to continue doing this in the future. As we move on to the next slide, please, Nora. Continue the virtual community meetings. That would be a recommendation from the Public Dialogue Consortium. Exploring different formats. The format we used worked very well, but there's lots of different formats you can use, including breakout groups on Zoom, for example. And then it's also very important to ensure that staff and community are trained on the webinar functionality in order for that to run smooth from a technology perspective. And we had very minimal problems with that. We had great support from staff on the technology in there. And then also we would recommend continuing the live tours on infrastructure. They were very interesting, very informative. The tone of them was casual, inviting people into that, but also very dense with information, and a lot of technical information, but accessible and digestible to the community. And we would suggest you could continue to do live tours on your infrastructure needs, but you could expand that to other city projects, events, programs, and services. It's a great way of educating your community. And then if we go to the last slide, please. And so this is, I'll wrap up here with this last slide. This is a screenshot from one of the webinars, one of the Zoom meetings, and it's our final slide asking them how they can help. And you'll see the information there. There's a great web page, the Prioritize Santa Clara web page that has all the information, wonderful graphics on there. And then you can see on the top your talented staff there who were presenting on the infrastructure needs. So I'll wrap up there and then open this up to council questions.
Okay, I can't see the council members, so
Councilmember
Samara?
Councilmember Davis.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to thank Emily and Mr. Spano. You did a fantastic job. I kind of knew the answer to the questions, even though you still got them all back from our residents, that we were doing an outstanding job, that they liked the direction and reform of the city, and that they were happy about the TOT tax. So I knew that was the easy one. The bond, yes, could be the issue with COVID. But going forward, I think that I'm happy about that going on the ballot, the measure for the TOT. Mr. Spano came up with something interesting that I thought that people were zoomed out by now, but they seem to like the information. They like to be educated. So I agree with you that maybe that communication platform can continue. And I think the better the educated of our residents, it's going to be easier to understand the deficits that we do have and how we can all face them together. So I want to thank you very much for everything that you did. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. I can't see who is. Does anyone else like to speak? Anyone?
Councilmember Watanabe.
I'm showing Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Emily, and thank you, Sean. Also, it's nice to see you. And thank you for this really invaluable information. And thank you to the city manager and city staff for putting these tours together. I wasn't able to see all of them, but I did see that firehouse tour, and it was a very interesting tour, I have to say. But, you know, as much as maybe the community isn't favorable to a bond measure at this time, at least it's given them it's some insight into the city needs. And, you know, once we come out of COVID and move forward and maybe have a different perspective and life around us is different, that, you know, people may be more open to a bond at that time. But it's good to know that there was such strong support for the TOT and taking care of the services that a TOT measure would help with. So thank you so much for doing the survey and doing all the interviews. And You've given me some ideas about some things maybe I'd like to explore with the city manager as we just continue to educate the city and what we're all about and what's around them. So thank you so much for that opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Any other council members? Oh, here we go. Now I can see Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. And thanks for everybody's work. I did get a chance to watch all 4 of the tours, and I agree that I think that was a very engaging way to present that information. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend the community meetings, but on the surveys, there were some things that I thought were interesting that came out of that it's that actually there was a slightly higher interest in the substantially almost double the bond amount, like that, the higher bond amount polled slightly better than the lower. I thought that was interesting. I thought that that the interest is, it's like, the kind of the initial interest, like for the TOT, after they got the additional information, it went down slightly. So, I mean, almost a wash, but that kind of struck me interesting, that you would expect that perhaps there would have been, more of an uptick in the interest after they got the information. So those are just a couple observations. And then one of the things was, kind of some of the concerns, the one that Dr. Spano mentioned was the magnitude of the unmet infrastructure needs was a surprise and concern to many, and how will these be funded? And I think that does say to us that we need to do a bit, we had to keep up this communication. And also we do need to point out to people that, a number of our taxes in Santa Clara are lower than surrounding communities. And I think we've done a really good job with the resources that we have. But that by not having some of the taxes or having them at much lower rates than our surrounding communities, perhaps we've had to defer some maintenance. So I just wanted to make those observations.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Anyone else? Okay, I just want to, any member of the public like to speak? Do we have anybody? We have one member of the public here in the audience. You want to talk? Okay. I also want to say thank you. This was really invaluable information, and it did inform our decision that the bond measure was not going to be viable for us this year concerning, obviously because of what's going on and what's happening. And the TOT is not really a surprise, although the high number was a little bit surprising to me. But I think that I think this is just a note and file, City Manager, and you're going to bring us back the potential ballot language for sometime before August, correct?
That's correct. In fact, I had the opportunity to check with staff. We'll be back on July 14th to begin the discussion of a ballot measure, and certainly prepared to take direction. And then if a special meeting is needed by the ballot measure due date, we'll work with the council and with the clerk's office to set a special meeting. But our goal is to begin to introduce the discussion on July 14th.
Okay.
Advancing a TOT ballot measure.
Just the TOT, nothing else. So.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to note and file this report? Or do we even need a motion?
Motion to note and file.
It's not a note and file.
All right, I guess we don't even need a motion. It's a study session. But thank you, Councilmember Davis. Okay, all right, thank you for that report, and hopefully our consultants, it's 3:51, so right on time. Be out to your next appointment. So next, we're going to have the verbal report from City Manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic. City Manager?
This one is a fun item in that we are looking at our internal service departments today as our other first responders. As we've been able to prevent multiple COVID updates, we have focused on our external facing services to the community. But in order to provide those services, I wanted to share the work that has been happening internally and how our staff have mobilized quickly to continue those services. Before that, I'm going to just provide an overview of COVID activity updates that are important for our collective awareness. We did start the pop-up testing at Northside Branch Library. I understand there was a long line before opening this morning, and it will go through Friday at 4 p.m. The hours are 10 to 4 p.m. each day, and then there will be a rotation where the services will return within a couple of weeks, and we'll be sure to communicate those services out. In terms of our local numbers, I will report that yesterday for Santa Clara County, the number of COVID cases was 3,606. And today the number is 3,727. That's an increase of 122 cases. And Dr. Cody is reporting that this is the second largest number of cases in a single day for the county. And certainly in May, when she was characterizing the county at a stable level, there's clearly a lot to monitor here. Our deaths are at 154 countywide, and for the city of Santa Clara, we are at 165 cases, and there has been no change in that number since yesterday. We are now required to wear face coverings in public spaces, and that's through a governor's order. And the county order is still ordering staff who can work remotely to work remotely unless you have to provide essential services otherwise. So let's go to the next slide. I just want to start by acknowledging that we continue to share local updates on our city's website. Our EOC remains activated. I think we're in the 16th week here, or about the 16th week. And we continue to provide services and explore other reopening of new services, such as we recently began providing our library carryout and are looking at other services to reopen. Next slide. So this is a good graphic here that shows the changes that we made with providing support services for the policy work of the council. Before shelter in place, which this was a mid-March meeting, this is what the council chambers look like. And within a number of days, I think there's an 8 to 10 day difference, we were poised to provide services through a remote meeting framework. And this was to comply with the county orders of sheltering in place, minimizing the number of attendees, but also we had to provide a number of intense and significant logistics to allow for our community to participate, as well as for our council and staff to participate remotely so that the city's work can continue. And indeed, as we've been able to provide multiple council meetings in this manner, we have been able to continue services. So today we're going to focus on IT services, finance, and HR. And I'm just going to go through very quickly. We have a number of slides, and it will show some data, but I think it's worth sharing the story so that you understand what these departments have been up to and their role in stabilizing Santa Clara through COVID. So let's go to the next slide. Clearly, we've required a lot of technology expertise in our emergency operations center, and finance and HR and IT have all played a role. We've had to quickly implement emergency leave programs, provide guidance on FMLA, and update our payroll and HR systems, as well as our finance utility billing updates to support all of the COVID programs and discounts or rebates that the City Council has provided, as well as put in place on websites applications that people can go to our websites and apply online for our emergency rental assistance program, our small business assistance grant program. We're now providing touchless credit card payments, as well as reactivating our drive-through payment window and making sure that it has the technology that it needs so that we can allow for people just to drive through and get their city services. We've replaced 175 phones, and we were able to reschedule in the August timeframe and September the cleanup campaign, which I know was heavily desired, but hidden in all of that rescheduling work is also the mapping and GIS data that's required so that people can enter their address and know when they can anticipate the cleanup service. We've also had several website updates. There is a COVID page. We've continued to provide thousands of responses per month to our PRA responses, and obviously been very active on communication through social media, all of which have been provided through IT. Next slide. Gaurav, I'm just going to go through these quickly since we are running short of time. I was going to offer Gaurav some slides, but I'll bring them in as we continue to go through them. We have been tracking the data in terms of our productivity and making sure that our staff have the resources that it needs to work from home and comply with the order. Immediately between March and April, culminating up until June 15th, we've had a 68% increase in staff enabled to work remotely. That was a jump from a 260 assigned laptops to 436 combination between remote access as well as 316 laptops. So we were able to accelerate quickly and make sure that people were working from home. There's been no downtime on work duties, as well as we've been able to facilitate work faster. We've provided a series of new tools for improved communication, teaming, and productivity. The next slides are just a couple of data slides that we have been able to show. If I can get back to the weekly remote users connection, this is just information that we're tracking to understand the trends of how people are connecting remotely and the time that's being allotted. And so that is information that we've been able to collect and make sure that we have our hands on the data to make good informed decisions. We've also had the opportunity to hear from our employees to ask them, how is remote working going and what assistance more is needed in order to ensure that we provide optimum services. Things are going very well as we surveyed our employees, and we've been actually able to get some testimony. In a longer slideshow, we have the quotes that staff is sharing and how they feel as if this approach is working with one to allow for them to remain safe. It removes anxiety from being in a workplace where they could potentially be exposed, as well as to continue to complete the work that they knew was on the horizon that they needed to complete. Next slide. So I just want to share from this slide that through AT&T, we've been able to add an additional 50 conference lines, as well as maximize for 50 participants for our conference bridge calls. That has allowed a lot of flexibility for us to continue to meet and team and collaborate on the city's work. For our conference call usage, you can see that our use is up 2,008% from the end of March, which means that obviously the conference calling tool has become really center point for how we get our work done. I have some Zoom information because Zoom has quickly become a useful tool in the COVID environment. We've been able to provide 52 total public meetings since March through Zoom and are tracking about 2,300 total attendees. And the meetings that we've been able to provide are our council meetings, planning commission meetings, HLC, NERC, and the police chief's town hall, as well as other topic-targeted calls. This is really a good opportunity, as proven, to show that we had the ability to still pull in our members from the community to engage with them on various topics. We'll go to the next slide. Here is just the new, some new tools that we're using and the data that we're tracking. You'll see here one of the new tools that has emerged equal to Zoom. It has a little bit additional features. Is right in the center. It's Microsoft Teams activity. You can see that our usage is over 1,000% increase. And so we're quickly transitioning to new technology within the workplace so that we can meet the needs of the city and continue within the current context. Next slide. I just wanted to share that our employee town halls also provided through Zoom an opportunity for us to have a greater reach. We were able to have 788 employees participate through 2 town hall meetings. And I can say that we would be hard pressed to find a facility where we can convene at 788 employees and interact and allow for questions and comments and be there in real time to answer the questions that they needed answers to. And so it really has served as a good tool for us internally and allowed for us to get the city's work completed and communicate with our employees on important topics. Next slide. From an employee engagement, we've been able to provide our employees information of what's happening in the workplace through CSI. We've also started electronic signatures through PDF and workflow, which allows for us to complete paperwork without having to touch the paperwork. We can put our electronic signatures in, as well as we do have a COVID sign-in pop-up. When you're logging onto your computer, there are some updates as to how to ensure employee safety in the workplace so that they can continue to provide the valued service. As well as we continue to provide policy guidance with HR as employees continue to work from home. So our IT department has completely reestablished itself as a digital first responder. They are partnering hand in hand with the external services. They are showing through our data that they have an increased 10% of support requests, that they've been able to meet those demands. The last 3 months have been all hands on deck, whether it's the website for a rental assistance program or the application process for the grant assistance program. Our IT department has been there ready to serve. And up until this morning, they were helping me with a technology problem that we were able to solve via Teams very quickly. Want to move on to finance, because finance has been actively busy on monitoring the fiscal impact, not only of COVID to our budget, but also working to provide a 9-member finance team to the EOC, as well as to ensure that we are tracking our time and training and communicating throughout our thousands of employees on pay codes for ensuring that it is properly recorded so that we maximize reimbursements, either at a state or county or federal level. As well as we have been monitoring legislative activity and having letters sent either through the mayor or through our cities association so that we can advocate for Santa Clara's needs. I can share that through our legislative activity, the state budget, if passed and if all goes through, it looks like we are eligible for over $1 million of reimbursements through COVID, and that comes through the fine work of our finance department and our legislative advocates who are watching the state budget and ensuring that our needs are met. I also want to acknowledge Ken, who is always on the phone with FEMA or state offices or local recovery offices to ensure that we are properly filing our paperwork, watching and monitoring our time cards so that we can maximize the reimbursements that we'll get. But more importantly than that work is how we've been able to, next slide, how we've been able to hit the market to ensure that our external staff have the PPE needs. As you can imagine, we were at market procuring for hand sanitizer, masks, gloves, wipes, everything to maintain continuous 24/7 services. And our procurement staff out of finance were able to secure the PPE that we've needed. We've been well supplied. We've also been able to entertain and facilitate a competitive bid process for 8,000 reusable masks for our employees as we continue to return to more services, as well as they've coordinated thousands of mask donations and the delivery of those masks to nursing homes. Next slide. So we have, our municipal services have entirely pivoted, and as well as our internal support services. From this perspective, our finance department has also been key in suspending utility service disconnections to ensure that we are tracking that information and recording it properly and working with SVP and the other utility departments, as well as working on overdue utility account balances, working on our assistance programs for electric and refuse, as well as working to reignite outreach and promotion of Help Your Neighbor, and to work with our hotels on payment extensions for COVID during the shelter in place. I also acknowledge that their work has been 24/7. In terms of HR has had to pivot very quickly with new policies and implementing new laws. They have had to work on our quickly administrative leave policy that is informed by our Families First Corona Response Act, which was approved in April, as well as develop new policies for disaster service workers and remote workplace policies. They've also had to navigate through the Family Medical Leave Act with the COVID-related impacts so that we can provide good information for employees that are impacted. Next slide. It's been our HR department who has been coordinating the 100 staff per week for about 16 weeks now for our CPOD. That means attendance, vacations, leaves, as well as where there's gaps in services. And Araceli's small shop has been able to take on that duty and make sure that we are always properly staffed at the CPODs. We've also been able to, through HR, provide COVID safety training in the workplace. And you can imagine with our broad, complex range of services, the amount of training that's required and getting information out, as well as signage in our facilities and providing other types of support services. Particularly right now, we've been focused on our site operations plans, which have to be properly filed with the county, as well as reviewed internally, so that when we reopen services, it is well documented what our operations plans are to comply with those orders. So I just want to acknowledge the last part is with a large organization that's 24/7, it's been HR who's been working with the departments to make sure that when employees are exposed to COVID, that they get the testing that they need. We understand the results. We work with employees to quarantine as well as other safety measures to keep our employees safe. So I just wanted to share the story of these three departments because they have been our silent champions behind the scenes to support the departments on external facing services. It could not have happened without these three departments who were able to reprioritize, pivot, be nimble, and all of the words that describe flexibility. They have been our champions. It's completely reflective of Team Santa Clara. And I just continue to say it's just the best team ever. And clearly these results show it. So that's the update, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you to all the staff and everybody that's involved in those departments. It's so interesting because as the council, acted quickly on a lot of these programs right away, we, of course, refer everything to you, City Manager, and then you, in turn, refer to all of these departments. So now we understand how all the sausage is made. So thank you so much for letting us know everything that goes into, everything. And if you think we're going to stop sending you stuff, you're wrong. We're going to keep doing it. So thank you, departments. Be prepared, because I think you described it very succinctly that we are nimble here. We move quickly. When we see a need, especially with COVID-19, we saw needs immediately and we acted on them, and we're continuing to act because, it's concerning those new numbers that are coming up and the spikes that are happening. And I know our testing in Santa Clara is happening today, so our numbers may, look a little different over the next few days as well here in the city of Santa Clara. But the good thing is they're testing, and we want to get more testing sites. But as this continues on and as these months drag by with this going on, we're going to have to even be more nimble. And so thank you, staff, for everything you've done. So I have comments from Councilmember Davis and Watanabe. Councilmember Davis?
Oh, can you hear me? Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Yes, Deanna, you're doing a heck of a job with the team, but of course, I would just like to add more work to you. Is there a possibility of getting the rest of our commissions on a Zoom? Hearing that they want to do work for the council and they support us because they're right under us on the org chart. Is there any way that we can get them back and have meetings with them?
We are going to try to get there after we return from recess. I'd like the opportunity to rest up staff a little bit and understand if our CPOD is no longer be activated, then it allows for us to free up that staff capacity. Right now, with dedicating near 100 staff on Thursdays and some on Fridays, that's really what we're trying to plan for and taking on additional meetings. But our goal is through the after recess that we'll be able to get back to that normal schedule.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Watanabe and then Chahal after that.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate what the mayor just said, city manager. And, you know, we just had this State of the City address, but I think that was a really fine State of the Staff address. And I wish that we could give them all a round of applause. Maybe when we all get back together again, we'll have an opportunity. There you go.
10 rounds
Well,
from the, or 9 rounds from the council chamber. Here we go.
But it's well deserved, and thank you everybody for just all you're doing to keep the city run, and you're just doing a fantastic job. We really are proud of our city of Santa Clara right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for giving the detailed report and telling us what's going on behind the doors, even during this COVID-19 situation. And it has been tremendous work for some of the departments and the employees. So I really want to thank everyone, and especially Gaurav. You have done a great job in what you're doing as an IT head, and Lisa Sorenthal. So I really appreciate what's the output of the staff on this one is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other comments from the council. Public, any comments from the public? Anyone here down in the cafeteria? No? No? Okay. All right, thank you, City Manager, for that. We are now going to move on to discussion of an action on various items related to the city's commitment to action to review and change various police policies and other issues. So we have item A, B, and C, and I'd like to take them all together, although we'll vote on them separately, but they're all related. Item A is adopt a resolution in affirming the city's commitment to stand in solidarity with the Black community. Item B, adopt a resolution in support of the Commit to Action initiative. And item C, informational report on the police department's community engagement efforts. So is this, City Manager, are you starting us on this one, or do we have the police chief, or who's taking this over to start?
Mayor, on the first item, this is a resolution on the city's commitment to stand in solidarity with the Black community. This is a resolution that has been adopted throughout the region. Particularly, it's recently made its way through Cupertino, Palo Alto, Mountain View, and we thought that in light of the commitment to action that both Chief Nicolai and you quickly signed, even before it was announced, it feels like, that this would be consistent with the actions that the city and the police chief and yourself signed up for through support for Commit for Action. So we wanted to join the region with this resolution and also demonstrate our support for the Black community as we get started with our work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have that resolution in front of us. And City Manager, is this the same resolution that the other cities have signed? Was this prepared by the League of Cities or the City Managers Association?
It's been circulated through the Cities Association, and other cities have, it's relatively the same. Some cities have tailorized it for specific topics within their community, but this is what's been generated.
Okay, and so let's start with this one. Is there any council members that have questions or comments about this? Because I have 2 members of the community that would like to speak on this, or any of the 3 items they can speak on as well. But if not, we'll have our only attendee here in the City Council chambers, Darius Brown, if you'd like to come on down, come forward. And then we have Susan Hinton after that. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The essence of racism and discrimination is embedded in the fabrication of American society. It's a part of our daily lives, even if we cannot see it. To say it does not exist in the city of Santa Clara would be asinine. As an African American resident of this city for the past 7 years, I have faced microaggressions in this city for what I've perceived is due to the color of my skin. Even the smallest act of racism, whether consciously or unconsciously perpetrated, cannot be tolerated. One second as I get my...
no worries.
Thank you. The forming of a resident-based anti-racism and discrimination human rights commission demonstrates that the City Council and the City of Santa Clara do not condone any acts of racism, hatred, and bigotry within its jurisdiction. The action, if approved by the residents and council, will help ensure that all residents have the basic human rights protected regardless of their age, ethnic origin, language, religion, ethnicity, or any other status. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and your colleagues for making an effort to really show the city and the county that you guys care about the lives of Black people. Thank you.
Thank you, Darius. Well, we're going to come back to you in a minute, though. I'm going to go next to Susan Hinton. Susan, are you on the line with us?
This is an e-comment that we've
Oh,
received from her.
e-comment. Okay, go ahead.
She states, here's a simple start for acting in solidarity. Rather than just talking about solidarity, hire people, just hire them. Of course, I'm talking about African Americans, but also Hispanics and other less represented citizens of Santa Clara. Don't compare tiny pieces of resumes to other resumes. If an African American has credentials, just hire him or her. Without hiring people, all of that talking in the world means zip. End of comment.
Thank you. Do we have any other public? Because I have another comment here that I wanted to read. And then, do we have anybody else? Okay. I wanted to read this comment, and then I wanted to ask Councilmember Watanabe. She wanted to talk about this as well. And again, this is all three items put together. We're talking about it because under our umbrella of reform, it's going to take more than one of these items. It's going to be a combination of different elements, and this is just one of them. So another of the comments I have is from another one of our commissioners, Andrew Knack, who Councilmember Watanabe and I have been talking to as well. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it this evening, but he did send a statement, and I wanted to read it. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Andrew Knack, District 5 resident and current chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. I applaud the city's first steps to review police policies, especially around the use of force during these pressing national conversations. Together with Commissioner Darius Brown, who we just heard from, of the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Committee, we are proposing the exploration of a citizen-based human rights commission that looks at issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion in city government. Similar commissions exist locally in the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara. One of the first proposed actions of the commission can be to lead the city in local conversations and/or oversight of the use of force policies and police accountability. From there, this commission can continue to look at barriers between all departments of city government and historically disenfranchised communities, including communities of color, LGBTQ+, and those with physical or developmental disabilities. The goal of the commission to promote access and civic engagement to all members of our Santa Clara community through community outreach, dialogue, events, training, and policy recommendations for City Council. I thank the City Council for being receptive to the idea, and I didn't write this. I want to give special thanks to Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe for their leadership on this commission proposal. Thank you for your time. So thank you, Andrew, for sending that in and taking the time to do that. So Councilmember Watanabe, I'd like to recognize you. I know you had some comments that you wanted to make on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And yes, this is a perfect opportunity to just further discuss the conversation that you and I had with Darius Brown last week. You know, as I said to both of them, you wonder, you don't know why people are put in your life sometimes, but then when an opportunity arises and you see why these people are in your life, you know, there's definitely a reason for it. And so Darius, I met him several months ago, and with his background in housing and working with the underserved, I encouraged him to apply for the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Committee, and he was a perfect candidate, and thankfully everybody saw that as well, and he was appointed. And Andrew Knack has just been just a community advocate for so long in the city of Santa Clara. And so when the Black Lives Matter movement became everybody was encouraged and wanting to get involved. And so the mayor and I had a talk with both Andrew and Darius, who had reached out to us, frankly, to express their wanting to see the city take some further action. Like Ms. Hinton just said, you know, you just don't say, you have to do. So as they say, actions speak louder than words. So the mayor and I had a long talk with both Darius and Andrew on Friday, and talked about the opportunity to form, for the city to form an ad hoc committee to explore the creation of a citizen-based human rights anti-discrimination commission that would work with the city council and the Santa Clara Police Department. Several cities around us have human rights commissions. Our city is a very diverse city, culturally rich, and it just seems like this is a perfect opportunity to, number one, put a focus on what's happening in the world around us, to make things better in our city for those that are impacted by discrimination, but also make it a way that people can communicate and work through these issues. So what I would like to do is make a motion for a future meeting to explore an ad hoc committee and discuss this, you know, a potential commission further, and make sure that our citizens are engaged as well. So that's my motion.
Second.
That was very enthusiastic, Councilmember Davis. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I think in our discussions with Darius and Andrew, it became very apparent that, you know, we as a city council and as a community, we need to listen, and we need to have the foundation and the structure for our community to tell their stories and people to listen. And with we're so fortunate to have both of our city commissioners that came to us and volunteered. I think you volunteered. They volunteered to come help and lead the effort to create something that's safe for people to come and tell their stories, and in a place that we can create future policies. And, you know, we looked at a lot of short-term solutions, like, you know, the commit to action and other things that we'll talk about, and I think in the next item and the next resolution. But we're looking for more long-term and sustainable solutions that are community-based. And at the same time that we had the opportunity to speak with Andrew and Darius, was contacted by Father President at Santa Clara University and the Provost, Lisa Kloppenberg, that said and offered their help and assistance with our movement here in Santa Clara, with professors from the university and more importantly, students from the university that are really interested in working with us during this very, very historic time. So I think Council Member Watanabe's motion is to we need to get the council support to make it a little more formal, that we will put it on the next actual agenda to have, an ad hoc committee appointed so that we can start formalizing this. And city attorney, I don't know if that's, if we're a little bit, help me with what we're trying to do in terms of getting it to the next meeting.
Well, you could just simply direct the city manager to bring it back as an agenda item to discuss. You could even, you could appoint an ad hoc committee.
Could we do it right now?
Not the actual committee
darn.
to,
Okay.
not a formal human rights committee, but if it's if the committee is simply to help form something,
Yes.
I think you could. The mayor can form ad hoc committees. It'd probably be better for you to do
I'd like
it
I'd like it to be a full council. I didn't want to do it myself.
Yeah,
I want it to be a full
think-
council effort that
and
we
you
do
could
that.
You can certainly request the city manager to put that on the next meeting agenda.
Okay, Kathy, can you make that the motion for the next agenda? And then I can make some
Yes.
recommendations to the full council and for discussion, because I'd really like Andrew and Darius to lead it with some council members, just oversee. I want to make sure that we are going to provide the resources necessary to support this effort between our ad hoc committee and the council.
And
Whether we're on or off, I don't know, but.
And I'd like the ad hoc committee to know that they have my full support and my participation, because I don't know if you realize, but I'm the father of a young African-American man, and I'm very interested in this issue as well. And so whatever assistance you need from the city attorney's office, you will get.
Thank you. We
Thank you.
really appreciate that. So there's a motion to at least bring that part to our next council meeting, which is July
13th. July 13th, I believe.
Oh, I thought we had one sooner.
Oh, no.
Don't we have one on the 7th? Didn't we add a meeting? I'm pretty sure we did. Okay, whatever the next meeting is, but 7th.
It is July 7th,
See,
Mayor.
I remember that. July 7th. Is that's in the motion, Councilmember Watanabe? July 7th?
Yes.
And there was a second. Okay. So we have a motion and a second from council, very enthusiastic from Councilmember Davis. Yeah, I'd like to get this started and also include our police chief as far as a resource as well, because that's going to be important that everybody's included in this discussion. But Darius, is there anything else that you'd like to say regarding that effort? Please come forward. Since you're here, I'm going to make you get up and down and talk to us. Okay.
So I was talking to my grandfather. He used to work for General Motors. He was a part of the United Auto Workers Union, and he sent me a picture of his shirt. And on the back of it, the slogan was "Together we can do it." And I was like, "Grandpa, I have to take that and take it to the city, because with the residents and all of you guys, and thank you, City Attorney, appreciate that story, man. Together we can do this work, and we can really make some long-lasting change in this city for the next generation to come." So thank you all.
Thank you, Darius, and thank you, Andrew, if you're out there listening, because we took you up on your offer. All right, so can we vote on that right now, and then we can move on to the other things? Could we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Anyone with comments about this?
Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes, I see more comments. Councilmember O'Neill, and then Davis.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, obviously, I'm very, very supportive of this, and I think it's great that there's been mention of some of the other members of our community that haven't always felt very included, the LGBTQ community, and also those of all the people of different abilities. I know that we always talk about where the capital abuse sports and things like that, and sometimes a lot of things we've done haven't been able to include people who, aren't, able to, as we traditionally look at it. But one of the things that I'd also like to have some thoughts from this body would be, one of the things that I've noted is that we don't really, like a function that I would refer to as an ombudsman or something, like a place for people who feel like if they have an issue with the city and that those issues have not been addressed, that they have another means to bring forward, a body that could look at, if they have a justifiable complaint, whether, whatever city service or whatever that they might have, that would be part of the examination. And also that perhaps this, when the ad hoc committee comes up with a format, for a commission that probably, would, I assume, may involve a charter change to put in place, so the attorney can guide us on that, would be also to look at, should we be looking at the work that the existing committees are doing? I've kind of advocated thinking that, say, for example, the Housing Rehabilitation Loan Committee maybe should be more of a Housing and Community Services Commission, something like that. That they consider that in their work as well, to make sure that we're doing all that we can and making really good use of we're blessed that we have so many people who want to make meaningful contributions. So I'm enthusiastically in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Davis, and then Chahal.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Kathy, I wanted to applaud you for taking a stand on this. You know that I am in an interracial marriage, and my husband is a African American. And for 30 years of my life, it's been a little crazy out there. So just not having the talk about it, but getting engaged is probably the best thing that could ever happen to this country. And for people to start sharing, living on this planet together, but acknowledging that we're all human beings. So I really thank you for doing this, and excellent idea, but I think that Darius was very strong in his words. Let's walk the walk and talk the talk. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank Darius and Andrew for taking a proactive step and coming up with something of the Human Rights Commission or committee within the city. And me being, as Darius mentioned, that if we say there is no discrimination in Santa Clara, we'll be wrong. And I, being a person of color, I can vouch to that, majority of Santa Clarans are very good, but we do have some discrimination in Santa Clara. We have to agree to that. And I'm fully supportive of this committee, Human Rights Committee. And rather, I would like to add, we should add some teeth to this, as Councilmember Teresa O'Neill mentioned, that they should have a power to have a follow-up listening if there is nothing is heard by the concerned department, and their recommendations, whatever they hear, should be time bound and reflected back to them. Hey, okay, this is your complaint. We did the inquiry, and here is what we found. And it should not be lingered forever. It should be time bound, getting back to them. Unless we take action to remedify some of these discriminations and race-related issues, we will go nowhere. Like we have seen, centuries have passed, we're still facing these issues, and we are talking about 21st century. So unless we take action, they will not go. They will not leave our community or society as such. So I'm fully supportive of it. Rather, I want to make it so that we have teeth on this commission or committee, whatever we are trying to form. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. And I understand we have a public member.
We have a comment on this item?
A comment, a live comment?
No, on
Okay.
chat, it's a written.
Oh, can you read it?
Sure.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
The public speaker's name is Art Bai.
Can you, I can't hear you.
His name is Art Bai, and his comment is that this is the equivalent of reverse discrimination. End of comment.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So I think that we're going in the right direction, and part of the discussion between Councilmember Watanabe and I and our two commissioners was that, you know, any long-term formal action, because we're a charter city, whether we add a new committee or commission, would certainly be subject to the vote of the residents. And that's why this is really important, that this committee could take, you know, and these discussions could take many different directions, like many. So I don't want to put restrictions on, you know, you only talk about this, or, you know, make sure this is in there, because I think that as Councilmember O'Neill talked about, you know, housing, that's part of the discrimination too, on housing. And, you know, it just permeates its way and seeps its way into so many areas of our daily lives that I want to give them the full benefit and flexibility to have this be, you know, our Santa Clara plan, and let their, you know, young creative minds, along with our community, come up with, you know, what does Santa Clara for Santa Clarans look like in our future? Like, so just, you know, setting our destination for the future. This is what it's going to look like, but it's all community based. So I'm really excited about it. So we'll get it on the agenda. Oh, I think we need to vote on this first, right? Let's vote on it to make sure everyone's in support. So we have a motion and a second. City Clerk?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Yay, thank you. So Darius, we'll see you back. Well, please stay for the rest of the items, but we'll see you back on the 7th, July 7th. And it'll be formally on the agenda so we can craft it then. Thank you very much, Council, for approving that. And thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for proposing that. It's going to be historically life-changing for us, I think. Okay, so next we have the resolution affirming the city commitment to stand in solidarity. Let's take that one now, and then we'll move on to the Obama pledge.
Okay, I'll just provide a brief presentation or overview. Mayor, on June 4th, I think this was the day that former President Barack Obama's Commit to Action initiative was launched. You signed the Commit to Action onto the Commit to Action initiative, which ensures safer policing and increased trust between communities and law enforcement. That same day, the mayor, Police Chief Nicolai, myself, and City Attorney Doyle authored a community letter on racial injustice within our community. The Commit to Action calls for evaluating and reforming common sense limits on police use of force policies, as well as to take on 4 different areas that have been outlined in a video that the mayor and Police Chief Nicolai did. And it's to review police use of force policies, engage communities by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories in the review, report the findings of the review to the community and seek feedback, as well as reform the community's police use of force policies as outlined in the initiative. And so obviously we're getting ready to go on all of this, and just wanted to pass over to Chief Nicolai or to Mayor Gilmore on any additional comments, but included is the resolution of what had been already executed on June 4th.
Okay, I could start if it's okay with the chief. So Santa Clara isn't the only city that made this commitment. There's been a lot of mayors and other cities in the Bay Area and the state that are making this pledge. But we are the only city in California that has an elected police chief. And so we're fortunate that Chief Pat Nicolai had joined me in committing to that pledge. because that won't be the case in many, many cities. So he's made a real commitment to improving our community and his department, especially being a newly elected chief. So we have really a unique opportunity in Santa Clara to be a model city. But to be a model, we need everyone to participate and help. So I really appreciate the council's support on the previous item that will include the entire community. But we also may need to reallocate or add resources to this effort. And I want to say that I'm confident that working with Chief Nicolai, we can achieve that. We can do it. And you'll see some proposals from the chief and I in the future, and I hope everyone will be supportive because I know that together we can do a lot, and if we really are going to be a role model city, you know, as everyone has said so far today, we need to take action and we need to show that it's not just words, that we are actually, you know, moving forward with real reform. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Chief Nicolai, do you have any further comments?
Yeah, I would just like to thank the mayor and the council, you know, for their support of the police department. I've been doing a lot of outreach, especially since I was elected and since I did the video with you, Mayor Gilmore. And the underlying message I'm receiving is it's pretty simple. It's Santa Clara does it right. However, it's not the time to just sit back and rest on our laurels. You know, we do need to look at ways to improve. So I think you'll see in the next report I'm going to do, we have a very robust community outreach program. And now more than ever, we need to get community input so that we can become a better department. So I look forward to working with the mayor and the city staff to take the next steps in the reform. And you're right, we have the opportunity to do something really special here in Santa Clara, and I'm excited to be leading the way with you. Thank you.
I think that there's going to be certainly a lot of conversations and certainly a lot of uncomfortable conversations. And I think that in, you know, in talking to some of our commissioners, Darius and Andrew last week, especially Andrew, he'd given me some examples of things that were going on in our city that we're just not completely aware of. But when you take the incident and you isolate it and you look at it and you examine things, we have a lot of improvement. We need to make improvements. There's no doubt that we have work to do, definitely work to do. So I'm excited that at least we are doing it together and with our only elected police chief in the state of California that's accountable to the people. So thank you, Chief Nicolai. I appreciate that. So are there any council members that have any comment on the commit to action resolution? If not, I have Darius Brown. I have you on this item too. Would you like to, no? Okay. Any other members of the public? Has anybody chimed in on this? Okay, so that being said, you know, this isn't the only thing we're doing. We're going above and beyond. Yes.
Councilmember Chahal would like to speak.
Oh, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm fully supportive of Commit to Action initiative, and not only that, I would like that as we have been receiving so many emails on this topic on race and police, and we should be keeping those all the emails in mind and what action we do. And let's not finish this by just committing to action, but I would like to suggest that we set up a time-bound infrastructure framework so that we find out, okay, this is when we will come back with the real initiative, what we discussed with the feedback from the city residents, from the feedback from our university, Santa Clara University, feedback from Mission College, feedback from our schools, so that we really come back with a timeline. Hey, this is what we committed to, and this is what our community has given a feedback, and we will do this thing. So I would like to add some timeline to this thing so that we don't forget about it after 6 months and a year. Oh, what happened? What happened to that commit to action? Is anything happened to that? So I would like to add some timeline to that as per the feedback we are getting from the community, and putting everything on the table, basically, like police defunding, how we can make sure we are making sure everybody has the same rights as everybody else is having. So those are my comments on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think timelines are really good. I would like to reserve that for when we appoint our committee so that we can actually come up with a work plan. And I do not think we're going to be forgetting about this in 6 months. I think we got a lot of work to do. So I don't want to put some timelines that aren't backed up by anything at this point without working with the committee first. But I think the timeline idea is a very, very good idea. Any other council members? Do we have any other council members, Simrat? Okay. So was there a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Enthusiastic motion to approve and a second. I didn't hear the second.
Clarification, are we approving the 5A, the resolution?
Okay, let's start with this commit to action. So that's a motion. So this is on B. We'll go back to A. So this is the B resolution. The adoption of a resolution in support of the commit to action initiative, right? Maker of the motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
So that was a maker of the motion, Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Okay. So roll call vote, please.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. So if we could go back to the adopt a resolution and affirming the city's commitment to stand in solidarity with the Black community. If I could please have a motion to approve that resolution.
Motion to approve resolution.
Second.
You got that? Any other discussion on that one? Anyone? Okay, we have motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
So I got the maker of the motion was Councilmember Davis, and the second was?
O'Neill. Or whatever.
A combination of Watanabe and O'Neill.
Gotcha.
Okay.
It's okay. Teresa can have it.
That's all right.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Councilmember O'Neill. Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much on that one. And then as part of the third item under our umbrella is information report on the police department's community engagement efforts. Is this?
Motion to approve.
Do we hear a report? Is this a report from Chief Nikolai or City
Yes.
Manager?
Chief Nikolai's report.
It's on the My 90 final report, I think. Is that it? Is it on that report? That's an older
Chief
report,
Nikolai-
so I'm a little
It is.
confused about this one.
This is Chief Nikolai's response to the My 90 council referral on the community engagement efforts. Chief?
Yes, I think this is an older issue, but it's actually relevant at this time. It's kind of going to go into the community engagement that we currently have and how we could maybe leverage this moving forward. So there is a slide presentation, if we could get that up and running.
Okay, it's up.
Okay, so again, we partnered with a group called My 90, and this was from a grant that we had established, and this was back in 2017, 2018. So again, this has been a little bit delayed on the agenda report. But if you can go to the next slide. So it was a partnership. It was a grant from the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, and it was through the My 90. So next slide. There were basically 3 feedback initiatives. There was a citywide survey that was put out, there was a community panel, and there were also in-person events. And here's the bottom line is the results. So let's go to the next slide. And I think this is key to what's going on right now. The question is, how trustworthy is the police department? And you can see the vast majority is either very trustworthy or somewhat trustworthy, with a very small minority that believes we're untrustworthy. And I think that's key because as again, we're moving forward, we need to have the community's trust if we're going to make any substantive changes. And here's the next slide is about how safe is your neighborhood? And again, the majority, a vast majority, feel safe. And I think this goes along with where we were just noticed as one of the safest cities, I believe the 6th safest city. So I think you can see that people felt they were safe and they actually are. Again, moving to the next slide. If you see on the next slide, it's talking about what local issues the police department needs to address. And you look at a lot of the topics, and they are topics that the police department needs to handle. Property crime, traffic enforcement, parking, personal safety. So I know there has been a lot of recent talk of defunding the police department, but I think you can see for what the people are looking for, it's police responsibilities. And we could use help for issues that are not police related, which would be things like the homelessness and the public disorder associated with drugs and alcohol or something else. So again, this information will help direct us moving forward. So the next slide. So overall, and again, I can back this up from all the meetings I've been having recently with individuals. Overall, we have a very positive feedback for the Santa Clara Police Department. And one of the things that they have been stressing is we need to increase the officer to community interactions. And especially under this COVID time, it's a little difficult right now because we're social distancing. But as soon as we're able to get back out in the community, we're going to get back and make those contacts, those face-to-face contacts. So if you go to the next slide. So here's, right now everything is online, and here's all of the platforms that we have to communicate with individuals. And I think the key one, again, is the website, where if you notice, we have the commitment to action page. And if you go to that page, it really has a lot of information that's extremely relevant to all the discussions going on right now, including our policies and procedures and how our policies stack up to the 8 Can't Wait website. If you go to the next slide. One of the strongest things we have in our department is our interactions with youth and our school-based programs. Now, again, everything right now is on hold because of COVID, but these are the kind of programs where we have a strong, positive interaction with our youth, and these are the things that are going to help us moving forward. Next slide. We also have a close working relationship with the Santa Clara University. And there's a couple of groups. One is called the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, and it has a working group of university students, staff, and residents in the area. And it basically, we are there to try to, help resolve any kind of problems that arise. We also deal directly with the students on their move-in days and give them, guidelines for how to be a good neighbor. And we also work closely with the university students and staff. And we also have the Team 200. So we go out there and we do enforcement at nights. And another thing I've done is I've reached out to, currently to one of the university groups, the Igwebwike group, and to discuss their concerns specifically related to the current situations regarding the Black Lives Matter and the police use of force policies. Next slide, please. So community engagement is extremely strong. And again, most of these things have been put on hold, but these are the kind of community interactions that we do here at the department. And I think it goes to show how good of a relationship we have with our community. If you look at that list, it's very thorough and in depth. And when we talk to people, things like the Citizens Police Academy really gives them an in-depth view of how the department works. Go to the next slide. So not only do we do things that deal just with the police department, but we also do community events, educational workshops, and we participate in events throughout the city and the community. And go to the next slide. For example, we're always present at all the different events and fairs that are going throughout the city. There'll always be a community service booth where we're handing out stickers or pencils, and just being there for people that want to see an officer in a positive light. And we're also there to answer any questions. Next slide. We also have many different community services that we provide. Things that, free gun locks. You can drop off your used pharmaceuticals here at the police department. And we do crime prevention presentations whenever someone requests one. And again, we're hoping that all of these things will start up again soon. The next slide. This is one of the most interesting things that came out of the My 90 survey, and this is the Chiefs Advisory Committee. And so this was established, and it's a wide cross of our community. And we've been able to have several meetings, and the last meeting I just had with them was actually yesterday, a Zoom meeting. And it was to discuss the current issues, the use of force policies. And this is a group of people that can provide input to the chief's office and help us direct our policies. And they've done things like our unmanned aircraft system, the drone program. They've helped us with that. We've run the RV parking, which I know is always a hot topic by them, to get their input. So it's been a great resource, and I'm glad that we're able to run things by this group of people. And then finally, the last slide. We have several partnerships with groups outside of the city, and one of the biggest ones I would say is Special Olympics. And retired Assistant Chief Dan Winter, he was one of the lead members of our department that really brought this organization to the forefront. And it's the kind of thing where the department, the officers can get out into the public and be seen not in a negative light, but in a positive light. So that's, I understand that the presentation is a little, older, but that kind of shows all of the steps, all of the opportunities we have to communicate with the public. And I really think moving forward, it's just going to help us as we draft the initiative and the proposed changes. So thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Chief. I know one of the most important projects we have, or the services that we provide, is the DARE program to our fifth graders. And I know many of the council members and I have gone out to each of the public and some private schools that we provide the DARE program to, and that's an opportunity. It's a great opportunity for all of our public fifth graders to get to meet and know our police officers. But what's even better is that our police officers and our DARE officers get to know those kids. And so they know them, and then they follow them through. And then in seventh grade, they also have another check-in. So they have a check-in before middle school and a check-in before high school. And it goes both ways. They get to know, the children, but it's just drugs, alcohol, it's bullying, it's, online, cyberbullying, it's decision making. They teach them how to make the right decisions in stressful situations. I think we are one of the only cities that still has a DARE program, but I think it's one of the most important ones in our community. So I see all that, and I see that it's going to be beneficial for our newly formed ad hoc committee, for the police department and your department, Chief, to listen to the community as well. And I know that, our department has been very open and very visible in our community in many, many, many different respects. And now's the time for us to listen. So I know you're you're in agreement on that, and we'll do this and we'll work together. So thank you very much for that report. Although a little dated, it's still, very timely in many areas. Is there any council members that have questions or comments about this? No? Any community members? Anyone here in the cafeteria? Any public? E-comments? Okay, that one is a note and file. Thank you, Chief, for that. So we're going to note and file. Is there a motion to note and file that? Council?
So moved. So moved.
Okay. There's a motion by Councilmember Watanabe and a second by Councilmember Chahal. Okay, no further comments? City Clerk?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for all the items, and thank you, Darius, for coming, and Andrew for sending in your information, Councilmember Watanabe for your proposal, city staff, police chief for all of the reports. We have a lot of work to do, but we're excited to get it done, so thank you. All right, everyone. Next, we have our consent calendar, all items, and remember, Council, we have a long meeting. We still have the budget. All items are, that was an editorial comment, are approved with one motion, and I'll be abstaining on item 6F, which is adoption of resolution extending the moratorium on evictions for the non-payment of rent and no-fault evictions for tenants with incomes affected by the novel coronavirus. I still haven't heard from the FPPC. So for the record, I'm abstaining on 6F. Is there any council members that would like to pull items from the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay. I don't,
Councilmember
who was
Davis
that?
would like to pull, Councilmember Davis would like to pull 6D.
6Z as in zebra? B?
No,
Z?
D as in Davis.
6D, okay. Anyone else?
Mayor, this is Raj. I would like to pull item 6U, U as umbrella, and 6X, X as an X-ray.
Okay, I tried, council. All right, anyone else? Okay, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the balance of the calendar. Second.
Motion second. Okay, any other discussion or public or e-comments? Okay, go ahead, City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Next item we have is public presentations. Do we have any public presentations from anyone? No, City Clerk? No, nobody's here? All right, we're going to move then to consent items pulled for discussion. The first was Councilmember Davis, item 6D. 6D. Action on reappointment of commissioners, declaring commission vacancies and setting dates for recruitment and interviews. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got some clarification. I wasn't sure if we had looked into this through governance, but when I was reading the report, there were at least 4 commissioners that were, with 3 unexcused absences. And we have, they're in place to help us make decisions and to advise the council. So I'm wondering why we put these people on, they go through interviews, and then they don't show up. So do we have any recourse on this or a deterrent that if they're going to commit, they need to commit? And so I guess my question is, did we ever have a conversation in governance to take care of this? Because I know we haven't had the meetings in a while, and I know Teresa's the chair. But I was just wondering, is there something that we can do because the other people that do come, they're highly qualified, and if they found out that someone's not showing up and we pick that person, I just don't think it's fair. So I'm just wondering if there's something that we can do to deter this or not allow them to be on the commission. So that is just a question of, do we have a policy? Can we get a policy? And how can we deal with this problem?
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. I think the city attorney wants to say something. I know we brought this up in, I know we were in the process of trying to change this because of this abuse.
Yeah, that's all I can offer at this point, is that the governance committee is in the process of, the issue has been that there has not been a clear standard of what an excused absence is and what it is not. And there's no real procedure for actually, even though the council in the charter has the ability to remove a commissioner, there's no real procedure around that. So that's exactly what the governance committee was working on until the COVID-19 crisis hit. So we've unfortunately, some of the work has gotten diverted to dealing with that. But it's my understanding that the committee intends to continue that work and come up with a final statement of how this will work in terms of removing commissioners that don't show up and are not excused.
Okay. Councilmember Davis?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. So, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve, but I just hope that we are going to take a deep dive into that one when we resume the committee meeting. So, motion to approve.
It's a motion. Is there a second?
This is O'Neill. I'll second it. And I'd also like to add that comment, because I did also notice that, was at least one commissioner who was fairly new who missed, 3 or 4 months in a row. And if there's a problem with those folks being able to serve, then they should resign, because, we usually do have other people who would like to serve. So I'll be very much looking forward to the governance committee taking this issue up again.
Yes, had COVID not hit, we were hitting our stride in ethics and governance, and we wouldn't be reappointing some of those commissioners had we finished up our work. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussions? All right, City Clerk?
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Next item pulled for discussion is 6U from Councilmember Chahal, action to authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 2 with Dillingham and Associates in the amount of $84,343 for construction support and contingency for the Raymond G. Gamma Dog Park improvements and related budget amendment. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. The only reason I pulled this thing is because there have been questions when Raymond G. Gamma Dog Park will be opening. So I want to staff to give some update to the community, what's going on and what's the timeline to, given the circumstances. And I don't even know if they open the park and we still are in a COVID situation, what we'll do with that. But at least the community will know what the timeline is, if staff can give some direction on that.
City Manager.
This is, Jim.
Jim Teixeira. Okay.
Okay. In regards to the Marsali Dog Park and at San Tomas and Monroe, both of those dog parks are currently open. And so the public can go to those. Both of them are grass dog parks. As far as the construction of the Reed and Grant Street Sports Park, which is also providing a new restroom building, paved parking for the Raymond G. Gamma Dog Park, that construction is continuing. And we're about 2 months delayed due to the COVID restrictions somewhat on construction and then bringing staff back on board. At this time, as far as the dog park itself, once this item is reviewed and approved, there will be a little additional design work that'll be needed. And then hopefully we anticipate continuing the negotiations with OC Jones on a change order and pricing, following up with a building permit probably in July, and then proceeding with the grading and the wall work along the railroad tracks. There are some underground utility issues at the corner, Reed and Lafayette, that are being resolved as well. So that's the status of the construction on the dog park. And then hopefully, once all the COVID issues are gone, we'll have a very grand opening.
Thank you, Director of Parks and Recreation. Councilmember Chahal, any other comments or questions?
So do we have an expected timeline when this park will be open to public, Director Teixeira?
I thought he said 2 months. Is that correct, Director Teixeira?
No, not in terms of the construction being completed. We're about 2 months delayed in our project, so it'll be late in the year, early in the coming year.
Thank you, Director. Yeah.
Was that for the dog park?
Appreciate that.
That is for the dog park portion or the recreation fields?
No, that's on the dog park.
Is it 2 months for the recreation fields? Approximately.
I'll say yes on that. I'd have to divert to Public Works, but there's also a maintenance period. The grass turf just went in last week.
So, and this is Craig Moback, Director of Public Works. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm we're approximately 2 months out from completing everything. The building is going to be the last item that needs to be completed.
Thank you. I thought I heard that last week when this question came up. So thank you. Thank you for that. Anything else, Councilmember Chahal?
That's it. Thank you, Mayor. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve item 6.0.
Second.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second on the approval of the item. Any other discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have an e-comment.
Oh, there's an e-comment.
Yeah,
okay, if you'd like to read it, please.
This e-comment is from Susan Hinton. Comment says, about Exhibit A, turf improvements in the dog areas to reduce or remove existing berms and replace with natural turf, or design a lower maintenance synthetic turf replacement. I urge the council to reflect on the full cost of synthetic plastic turf as it impacts water, San Francisco Bay, and air, compounds released from plastic, quality as well as public health, dogs and humans, and ask the council to insist on natural grass turf. As dog owners, we will drive our dog further for natural turf. End of comment.
Thank you. I know there was an outreach on this project in terms of the components of the project. Is there, it's being built as we speak, correct? Did you hear the e-comments?
Yes, this is Jim, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, we did extensive outreach on this, and the ultimate design will be a synthetic turf for both the large dog area and the small dog area, off-leash dog areas. And the other decision that was made was to provide an off-leash dog area for large and small dogs at Marsali Park, which is the natural turf option that the person was discussing. The project itself also considers all of the issues related to water and the synthetic turf and properly treating that. And it goes into sanitary sewer. That was some of what I was referring to in terms of the additional work that's related to the drainage and the dog park.
Thank you, Director Teixeira. So with that, we have a motion, and was there a second to approve this item?
David seconded.
A motion and a second. So, City Clerk? Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. And then our next item is item 6X, public hearing action on a rezone of the property located at 2200 Lawson Lane. And that was also pulled by Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to commend the Planning Commission and the developer for making some improvements during the Planning Commission hearing. The Planning Commission did a lot of deliberation on this project, and they came up with some of the improvements, like developer agreed for achieving LEED gold for the project. That's thankful for that. And because of the Planning Commission deliberations, the TDM measures to reduce VMT from 10% to 20%, which developer again agreed for that. And there were other additional 6% parking spaces for EV charging station and additional 9% pre-wide were recommendations from the Planning Commission for this project. And one other thing I want to point out is the developer has contributed like $4.8 million for affordable housing. And I'm so glad that we have some money in the affordable housing funds from this development. So overall, a good development, and I just wanted to highlight these things as it falls in my district. And with that, I can make a motion to approve item 6X.
Second.
City Attorney, it says on here public hearing. Do we have to have open and close a public hearing on this? I know it's on consent.
Now
but-
that we're hearing it now, I think we should make a motion to close a public hearing.
Okay, can we first have the motion to close a public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Did we see if there's any comment?
There's no comments?
No comment, okay.
Thank you. No comments. And is there anyone here as well? I know somebody's out there. Any comments? No. Thank you. Thanks for getting up. Okay. No comments. Okay. Motion to close the public hearing from Councilmember Chahal. Or is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion second to close the public hearing. Assistant City Clerk?
Could I clarify who the second was?
The second was
Davis.
Davis.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And now, okay, that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to take action and approve this rezone?
Make a motion to approve item 6X.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion second. Any other discussion on this?
We have a member of the public on the line.
We have a member of the public? Okay, on the phone? Okay.
Last four
This
digits,
is Vice Mayor
9413.
Karen Hardy.
Hello.
Vice Mayor Karen Hardy. I am now back in. I want to say it. Everything where it said there was service, there was not. So I'm now back online and can hear the rest of the meeting. I did hear all of 6X and could vote in favor.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. And so Assistant City Clerk?
So Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. I'm going to ask our council members if we could take a 10-minute break because everyone here, we've been going for 2.5 hours. So if, I'd like to give everyone here a 10-minute break. So if we could come back by 5:31, that would be great, okay? Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for that short break. The next item we have is a public hearing, general business, fiscal year 2021 and 21-22 budget action items. And the first is the action on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 21-22 biennial capital improvement program budget and fiscal year 2021 operating budget changes. City Manager.
Sorry, I was on mute. I wanted to invite Ken up to make a presentation. Ken?
Thank you, Deanna. Honorable Mayor, City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance, and I am sharing my screen, so I want to make sure that you can see that before I get started. Can you see that?
Oh, there we go. Yes, we see it, Ken. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you today on the fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 21-22 biennial capital improvement program budget. This is the third check-in. We did have 2 study sessions in May and June, and so the item before you is a public hearing and the technical adoption of the budget. On this slide, overview of the agenda for tonight's presentation. I will discuss a quick overview on the budget. I know many of you have seen aspects of this presentation before, a touch-in on where we're sitting with our 10-year financial forecasts, especially pertaining to the COVID-19 impacts on the city's budget. Recommended revisions to the proposed budget leading to budget adoption, an overview of the appropriation limit or GAN limit. This is a state requirement for the budget, and then recommendations. So by way of overview, on this slide, the budget before you includes approximately $190 million in capital carryover funds that are typically brought forward at the time of adoption to continue projects in process from one fiscal year to the next. So if you look at the circle there down below, in the adopted budget last year for the fiscal year 2021 year, we had a total budget of almost $1 billion, $992 million. With the changes before you, including the CIP carryover amount, the proposed budget before you is just shy of $1.2 billion, with the major change since the last version that you've seen of this chart being the CIP capital carryovers. From a position standpoint, the proposed budget includes 1,151 and a half employees, as we've discussed before. And then this is a new slide I updated. I want to spend a minute here to walk through line by line the changes in our select reserves. And so as you know, our budget stabilization reserve is at a balance of approximately $80 million. As part of this budget, and in order to pass a balanced budget on July 1, we do include the use of reserves of $22.7 million. That would bring that reserve balance down to about $58 million. And so work effort is underway to identify proposals, a multi-pronged approach between revenue, negotiations at the labor table, and also looking at department proposals to close that gap. And we will be back before you later this year to close that gap and hopefully preserve some of those BSR dollars. From a capital project standpoint, the reserve started the year, or is projected to start the year at $28 million. The budget before you recommends the allocation of $26 million of that across 5 years of the CIP. And so that leaves about $2 million in the capital reserve. As I mentioned before, with regards to our unfunded capital needs, we've been funding the capital projects on a pay-as-you-go basis. It will be important to continue the effort to identify an ongoing funding stream for capital projects. Some of the other reserves, the land sale reserves, there were some ups and downs in that reserve from the repayment of the loan from, or a portion of the loan from the Reading Grant dog park and sports park, and then a drawdown for downtown projects that are in the budget. From a pension trust standpoint, we do have various trust funds set up across all funds. Typically in the general fund, we bring forward actions at the year end as part of the reconciliation to allocate general fund dollars. We'll have to take a look at that with the impact of COVID-19, whether we can do that later this year. And then small decreases in the utility fund rate stabilization and electric rate stabilization reserves. Those are primarily formula driven as a percentage of expenditures. So in the area of sewer, because there were differences in the debt from one year to the next, the debt issuance, the cost there, that's the reason for that $1.4 million decrease. And then in the electric area, there's a lower demand for the purchase of power. So as a result of the formula for the reserves, a slight decrease there. So all in all, about a $50 million drawdown on some of these select reserves. Across the themes in the CIP with the capital carryovers, we're looking at $338 million in fiscal year 2021, and over the 5 years, a $700 million program, primarily supporting our electric utility, our sewer utility, and our transportation infrastructure, among a handful of other areas across the city. As I mentioned, the unfunded needs over the next 5 years totals almost $300 million. And if you look at a longer time frame, almost $1 billion in needs for the city. So that work effort to identify an ongoing source will be needed. We've started on the community outreach and will continue to educate the public with regards to our CIP needs. From an operating budget standpoint, the council did approve the fiscal year 2021 operating budget last June. Amendments are necessary and included in the action before you to update revenue estimates for the general fund, including impacts from COVID-19, make adjustments to accounts for updated labor and non-personnel costs, update resource and production costs in the utility funds, and then bring all the funds into balance as part of this proposed budget. So there's a section in the appendix of the budget that includes the transactions on the operating budget. So from a forecast standpoint, I updated the jobless claims chart on this slide. We continue to, as a nation, feel the impact of COVID-19 on jobs. So almost 46 million jobless claims filed so far since the coronavirus outbreak has happened. Very unprecedented levels of impacts to the economy on the national level, leading to the state. The governor did release a budget that had a $54 billion deficit very recently. I think in the news yesterday, there's an agreement there on the budget. When you look closer to home, Palo Alto approved a budget very recently that included position cuts and layoffs as a result of COVID-19. And some of the other small cities, El Cerrito, Gilroy, Monterey, very significant impacts to the budget. So a lot of jurisdictions feeling the impacts from COVID-19. In April, right, a couple weeks after the shelter in place was issued, we did do an analysis on our key revenues related to COVID-19, mainly our sales tax and our hotel tax revenues. And we did forecast a shortfall in the current year of $10 million. And very quickly, the city implemented cost controls, hopefully to bridge that gap. And we will be before the council as part of the year-end reconciliation in the September timeframe to report back on the 1920 performance. And then when you look ahead to 2021, our forecast grew from 4.8 to almost $23 million. Again, with the data that we have at the time, it could get worse. We will be receiving sales tax data in August and early September for the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. So that's the April through June 2020 timeframe. We did meet with our sales tax consultant last week and reviewed some of the data, some of the projections that they are forecasting, and they are looking at around a 5 to 6 year time frame before we get back to the same place we were on sales tax. So we are looking at a longer horizon with regards to our budget, and so some of the planning around addressing our ongoing shortfall will be critical to balance the budget. That balancing strategy, as I mentioned, includes taking a look at the TOT measure for this November's ballot, the continuation of cost control measures around to generate one-time savings, ongoing discussions at the labor table, and then an exercise with all the city departments to achieve ongoing budget reductions. And so the budget before you does include the use of a budget stabilization reserve as the interim strategy, and then layoffs, as, of course, is our last resort. Here's a sample scenario of what closing a $30 million gap or generating $30 million in savings could look like. $7 million of a potential ballot measure to the extent that's not successful or a portion thereof is not implemented. We'll need to find other avenues to bridge that gap. We have a number here of $6 million related to labor and ongoing discussions, $3 million for continued cost controls, and then potentially $14 million in cuts. So this is just a sample of the multi-pronged approach that the city is undertaking. We will be back in the September timeframe to discuss some of those impacts. From a timeline standpoint, we are before you for the adoption of the July 1 budget today. The work is not done. There's still a lot of work to do. We will be evaluating proposals in August, presenting those to the City Council in September. And with the potential ballot in November, we will take a look at what those results are and do a check-in with the council in December. And along that time, as more data is received on our hotel tax, our sales tax, property taxes, we will provide updates to the forecast throughout that time. Now I wanted to highlight some of the changes to the proposed budget that are before you. There's a handful of attachments included in the report. Attachment 2 includes carryover projects for the capital budget of almost $190 million across all capital funds to continue projects that are in process. We do have other changes in the budget that have occurred since the release of the proposed budget. Alignment of our HUD funds based on the 2021 annual action plan. In the SVP area, we did receive a large developer contribution, so that revenue and appropriations included in the budget. There are some carryover rebudgets of operating funds, which includes our annual cleanup campaign. So some of the funding that was in there, the budget in 1920, we're recommending to carry over to for that campaign, some parks equipment, as well as updates to some of our revenue estimates. Attachment 3 includes the technical appropriation schedule. This is a new schedule presented to the council last year. And so from a capital funds perspective, it totals $338 million in 2021, $137 million in 21-22. So that's our 2-year budget before you. From an operating standpoint, it's just north of $1 billion there across all funds. And so because we have a 2-year budget alternating between operating and capital, that's only a 1-year number for operating funds. In attachment 4, technical transfers between funds for our capital and operating funds for both fiscal years. Attachment 5 is our budget and fiscal policies that we have proposed some changes since the last budget. Included in those changes are updates to the capital budgeting process and planning language to align with the review of the Planning Commission and consistent with the general plan. Some reserve language is in there with a goal of funding the pension trust fund or pension stabilization reserve, and some minor modifications to language in the fiscal policies. Other budget adoption actions include the Housing Authority approval of the budget, the Sports and Open Space Authority approval of the budget, and an exception to the budget stabilization reserve policy because the council policy is to maintain a 25% level. We are requesting that council approve an exception to that policy with the use of about $23 million of that. It would equate to about 20% of the general fund budget. Again, as we develop and bring forward ongoing budget proposals, that should slow that down, so to get to a balanced budget for July 1, that's the recommendation. With regards to the 2021 appropriations limit, item 7B before you is a requirement by the city to calculate the expenditure appropriation for limit for tax purposes. That limit is just north of $500 million based on revenue for 2021. When we looked at the numbers, the revenue subject to that limit, ours totals about $177 million. So we're well below that limit required by the state, and so we're 35%. So the recommendations before you for item 7A includes the technical adoption of the budget, approving the 2021 and 21-22 capital improvement program, changes to the 2021 operating budget as detailed in attachment 2, approval of the appropriation schedules detailed in attachment 3, approval of the transfer schedules detailed in attachment 4, Housing Authority approval of the budget, Sports and Open Space Authority approval of the budget, approval of the budget and fiscal policies as described in attachment 5, the exception to the budget stabilization reserve policy or 25% policy, and then for item 7B, approval, adoption of a resolution to establish the 2021 appropriations limit. And so with that, that concludes my presentation. Department staff as well as finance staff are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director Lee, for that excellent presentation. I know that a lot of your numbers had changed very quickly over the last quarter, so thank you for putting things together so quickly and in a way that we can really understand and that are transparent as well as to really the position we're in at the moment based on this public health emergency. So let's go to start with questions from the council. First, we have Councilmember Debbie Davis. Debbie? We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they just unmuted me. Ken, you have done an excellent job for being in the COVID time period and trying to balance the budget. And we have to give kudos to the city manager for putting our reserves back for, I guess they're called a rainy day fund. Well, guess what, folks? It's raining. And we have to balance this budget. And I know that maybe some other cities around us aren't as fortunate, but I think that there's a game plan you have in force, and I hope to God that it's going to come to fruition. But I would like to make the motion at the time when it's ready, Mayor, to approve the staff recommendation on 7A and 7B.
You could probably get that on the table right now.
Okay, let's put it on the table. Motion to approve.
Because we have discussion.
This is O'Neill. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll continue with our discussion. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ken, as always, for your hard work. And everything that you've had to do to get us to today. And thank you to the city manager. I also express my thanks for her hard work in putting money away for the rainy day fund. I have a question just to clarify. On slide 17, the revisions to the proposed budget attachment 2, and it shows it reads capital project carryovers, and that there's a carryover of unspent capital funds to complete capital projects. I guess is that it's in the amount of almost $190 million across capital funds.
That is correct. Thank you for the question, Council Member. So many of our capital projects are in progress across all funds, including some very large ones in the utility program. So typically at the end of the year, what we've done, or at least since I've been here, we've brought forward the approval of carrying those dollars over, because there is no authority from year to year to appropriate those dollars, so that has to be a formal action as part of the budget. So these are funding for projects that are underway in the middle of being constructed. For example, the Reed and Grant Sports Park, among many others. So this is the technical carryover of those dollars tied to those projects. Okay, that will continue until they're finished, whenever they're set to finish. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. Great. Okay. That was all I had, Ken. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for all your hard work and all of your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ken, for all the work on the budget. So, I mean, it's kind of like this is a good, also and very, as well as being instructional for the council, for the community, because the primary action before we had all this COVID stuff to take over all of our attention was this, the maintenance budget and the capital portion of our budget. And when we had the presentation about the outreach, about the state of our infrastructure, as can be seen by people, we have lots and lots of projects, and we don't have all that much money to handle all of them. And so that's part of what we see in this capital budget is, the prioritization, and as Councilmember Watanabe kind of referred to, is money being carried over until we can, for some of those projects, it's just that we don't have enough money yet to actually do those projects. And you look at a lot of our projects, we may have some grant money, but we may be having to wait 5 or more years to accumulate enough grant money to actually do those projects. So I wanted to mention that. And also with the modifications to our operating budget, I've always been a huge advocate for reserves. And as Councilmember Davis said, the rainy day fund, it's raining, it's pouring, and I don't think anybody's snoring right now. I'll just put it out there that I probably won't be much in favor of going much below 20% if we had to make some modifications, because as much here we've had like a bunch of bad things happen very close together, but we could still have other serious issues related to an earthquake or fires or some other climate change related issue. So I still want to put out there to people that we still need to be making sure that we've got money put aside in the event that we have some other, I don't want to say because serious issue happen that would require expenditure of funds, and we don't know, whether we would be able to get that money from FEMA or something like that. So I do support using some of the reserves to fill the holes we have now, but like I said, I just want to make sure that we're all thinking we still need to keep a good amount of those reserves for something unforeseen. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken, for the details. And I do have certain comments, and I don't think I have any questions. So my comments relate to some of the highlights you raised, like general fund capital project reserves, only $2 million. That's a bit concerning. Then we have a 5-year unfunded needs of $300 million, and especially when we are not looking at any bond in the near future. So that's one concern, other concern. And I know this thing, we all are in this thing together with the COVID-19, which has created such a mess with every city and throughout the country. And your comment that sales tax forecast for next 4 to 5 years to regain what we were, that's really concerning. Like we were thinking of, oh, maybe this thing will come back within 6 months, a year, or a year and a half. But if the forecast is that it will come back in 4 to 5 years, that's really concerning. I do agree with Councilmember Teresa O'Neill's comments that we should be looking at other options to balance our budget than to use our reserves. And anything going below 20% ratio should be a flag, and we should be doing everything else we can do so that we don't touch those reserves below 20%. And one other thing I always bring up is our salary and benefits ratio, and I see that even further increased to high 70s, I think, and that's one of the highest sort of in the area, in the region. So we should be looking at how we can fix that. Basically, that's one of the concerns I have, because that will not leave much of the funds for our day-to-day upkeep of the city. So those are my comments. But thank you for your report, and appreciate you, whatever you and your team doing this forecasting, modeling, and everything you are doing this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? We have a public comment, email comment. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, would you like to read the comment?
Yes. This public comment is from Rob Jordanic. It says here, statement and questions from Rob Jordanic, Chair of the CAC Citizens Advisory Committee. The CAC had our monthly meeting yesterday, June 22nd. We reviewed the proposed city budget, and we have the following comments and questions. Number 1, we request that the budget documents be changed to show clear separation for legal expenses for electric utility lawsuits versus general city lawsuits, not related to the electric utility. Currently, all of the expenses are bundled together in one line item in the Special Liability Insurance Fund. As clear separation is needed to show that profits from the electric utility are not used to fund general city expenses such as the CVRA lawsuit. I have also communicated this to Ken Lee, Director of Finance, in a separate email. Number 2, the 5-year capital improvement program shows an unfunded project of $90 million for a new swim center, CRC improvements, and gymnasium. However, the Central Park Master Plan shows these projects as part of a 20-year plan. For example, the gymnasium is not planned until 2030. Please explain why the 5-year CIP includes projects that are not planned for at least 10 years in the Central Park Master Plan. And number 3, the city budget includes expenses for 2 maintenance districts where the city pays for the maintenance of private property. In the Franklin Square Maintenance District, the city pays for 93% of the cost, while the property owners pay for 7% of the costs. In the Convention Center Maintenance District, the city pays for 45% of the maintenance cost, while the property owners pay for 55% of the costs. Please explain why there is not a consistent standard for the percentage paid by the city for maintenance districts. Thank you, and end of comment.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Okay. I don't know, City Manager, Finance Director, did you have any final comments on this?
With regards to Mr. Jordanic's comments, I can address it. We have been emailing, and he did give some feedback on the legal costs. So that's something we can kind of take a look at and see if we can incorporate some breakout for some of that information. I will say the information we provide is is consistent for all of our internal service funds. There's a lot of transactions in and out of the internal service fund. So, from a display purposes, it is rolled up, and so we'll take a look at that. With regards to this Central Park project, the $90 million that is identified in the CIP as unfunded. So we do have sections of unfunded projects throughout the CIP. That's for transparency purposes with regards to understanding our unfunded needs. And then on the maintenance district, I would have to defer to our Public Works Director if he wants to respond on that, but we'll definitely make note of that and take a look at that.
I just want to add that we have done a lot to modernize our budget as well as our budget practices. And so changes that we make with respect to reflecting legal expenses or any particular fund, we'll want to make sure that they're aligned to modern practices and that they are widely practiced so that there's uniformity in terms of comparing public budgets. So Ken, we'll work on that separately.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just want to commend you on the budget and again, how quickly you put things together based upon the ever-changing and unprecedented time period from this global pandemic and the emergency. We're just fortunate that the last few years we have put money aside with the city manager's help in our budget stabilization reserve. Otherwise, we would be in completely dire straits right now. So I think it's the good work and everything that has led up to this point. I think the unknowns is how long is this going to last and how much of the storm can we weather with all of our cost-cutting measures. And again, we cannot forget that we cannot have an entire plan without revenue-generating opportunities. We have to look at both. Otherwise, we're going to be in larger trouble. So we need a whole package of revenue generating as well as cost cutting to get us through, because as we know, Santa Clara is still a very attractive city, and there's a lot of opportunities here. And if you just ask our departments, you can see that there is business going on here in Santa Clara, and there a lot is still happening even under these circumstances. So we just want to make sure we can provide our essential services to our community, but at the same time, look to the future and how are we going to make sure that we have the cash flow to provide those essential services to the city. So, what we do now will help us in the future. And I think, City Manager, we're going to do a relook at our operating budget in the September-ish timeframe. Is that true? I mean, is that what we're going to do?
That's true. We're going to spend the month of July and August getting new numbers since we've had the opportunity to collect more data about the impacts of COVID. At the time, these projections were made with March data as well as the projections that were made at that time. We now know a lot more. And we'll brief before the council in September with opportunities for looking at our budget as well as beginning to identify this potential savings that we are accumulating through expenditure controls and other activities. So September will be one opportunity, and then December, will be another opportunity to reevaluate the operating budget.
Because prior to going into this, before the March timeframe, we were on track to do some really good things, and we had some really good budget projections for the future. Then this hit us, and I think our public needs to know it's really sales tax and transient occupancy tax. Those are the two major areas that we're going to suffer. And it's not anything the city did or our staff or council. It's just the reality of what happened in the last quarter of this year. And the question is, how long will that continue? And, what can we do to weather this storm and come out ahead at the end? And so that's where we're going to spend all of our time, planning, looking, talking to see, once we get the the last quarter's reports in to see really how much have we been affected, how much will we be affected. And then it's really protecting all of our income from the state and other agencies that are, everyone's looking to balance their budgets. And I know this happened in the past where the state came in and took some of our our money to balance the budget, and we're under threat of that happening again. So as much as we can protect our good work for our finances in the past and going forward, we're still going to be under constant fear of other agencies coming in to take some of our income that we use to provide our services for our residents. So we're going to do what we can to fiercely protect our income here in the city of Santa Clara, because we want our residents to be able to enjoy a good quality of life even through this with our city. So thank you, staff, for everything you've done.
Mayor?
And yes.
I wanted to add, and so in terms of next steps, you're absolutely right. We have invited our legislative consultants to come and provide a quarterly update before the council recess to share what's happening at the state level. So you'll be able to receive that presentation and interpret that in future budget action. I too want to thank Ken personally, as well as the budget staff, but all of the department directors and the department staff who virtually put this budget together. As we all know, the city of Santa Clara has a very complex budget and multiple funds, and large in size for a city of its population. And this was a budget that was produced within the COVID environment, and nothing was normal while we were producing it. And yet we met the deadlines, we got a balanced budget, and we were able to engage with the community as well as employees on it. So very good work to the whole city team. Thank you so much. And thank you, council, for your consideration of the budget.
And I think since Ken's been appointed Director of Finance, I don't think anything's been normal. So thank you, Ken. Okay, so I don't see any further comments. I think this is a public hearing. So I think our first action would be, and I think Councilmember Davis had a motion for approving the budget, but could I go back and ask you if you could make a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion, Councilmember Davis, second, Councilmember Chahal, to close the public hearing. Any other discussion? Public? Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
It looks like she fell off the line.
She fell off the line, so.
Okay. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes 5-0. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Hardy not on the line. So, okay, so that passes. And then Councilmember Davis, your
Motion to approve staff recommendation for 7A and 7B.
Second.
We had
Okay,
already
motion
had a
is second. And do we, what was that?
Councilmember O'Neill had seconded that.
Oh, Councilmember, okay. And that includes all the 7 recommendations in A and the appropriation limits for B, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second by Councilmember O'Neill. Any discussion, any comments? Members of the public, any e-comments? Nobody here? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy. Still off.
Not on the line.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. Congratulations, staff. Thank you for a successful budget. We appreciate all the hard work. Now harder work starts. Okay. All right. Next, we have the public hearing action on resolution to levy an annual assessment for the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District for fiscal year 2021. Staff?
Evening, Mayor. This is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. So we have a brief presentation, so if we could bring that up and move it to slide to number 2 to start with. So the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District, TID stands for Tourism Improvement District, was formed in 2005 pursuant to state law under the Parking and Business Improvement District, Parking and Improvement Area of 1989. So the TID is to promote tourism within the area. Our TID currently consists of 11 hotels, and the city receives about $3,000 on an annual basis to help cover the administrative costs of collecting the levy and dispersing the assessment. So why don't we move to the next slide? The Tourism Improvement District is also incorporated into our municipal code, and the assessment has historically been set at $1 for every occupied hotel or motel room night. State and city code requires that the TID Advisory Board submit to the council an annual report. And that usually comes in the spring. The annual reporting includes improvements and activities that the TID would undertake during the fiscal year, and it summarizes a surplus or deficit in their budget that's carried over on an annual basis. So the TID currently has a fund balance of $1.67 million. We can move to the next slide. So in order to complete the process to levy the $1 per occupied room night assessment, the state law requires that a two-step process be undertaken. The first is the approval of the TID annual report and an adoption of a resolution of intention. That step was completed in May of this year, so May 26th, the council approved that. And tonight is the public hearing to actually approve the levy itself. Next slide. So in summary, there's no change proposed in the TID boundaries. The 11 hotels that are within the current boundary will remain within the district itself and would levy the $1 per occupied room night. And the proposed budget for 2021 is $1.244 million. And it has some additional funds that were identified to support one-time costs for year one. So the budget is $1.321 million. Someone might ask about, we just had the presentation about the fall of the TOT and that we don't have a lot of occupancy right now in the hotels. And the TID did make some adjustments in their budget so that the projected number of room nights is lower than it has been the last 2 years. So they included that in their budget. And fortunately, again, they have some carryover funds. And so that will allow them to move forward and form the DMO and start looking at hiring an executive director that would lead the way to start promoting Santa Clara as a destination for tourism and for meetings. So with that, the next slide, our recommendation is that the council adopt a resolution to levy an annual assessment for the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District for fiscal year 2021 if there's not a legally sufficient protest. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Okay, this is a public hearing. The public hearing's open. Do we have any comments, e-comments?
No e-comments, but we do have Councilmember Davis.
Okay, I'm just seeing if we have any public comments for the public hearing. Okay, no. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Could we close the public hearing first, Councilmember Davis?
I would like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right.
Mayor, we have a member of the public who'd like to speak now.
We have a member of the public? Okay.
Rochelle, you may speak.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry if I'm not very adept at this. This is the first time I've ever attended one of these. But my question is for this, for the PowerPoint that was just shared. Who would this be levied upon?
So this is Ruth Shikata. The dollar per occupied room night is usually passed to the people staying in the hotel room, so that they rent a hotel room, and you have your room rate plus then you'll get an extra dollar, usually get an extra dollar charge that's added to your room rate along with sales tax and other taxes.
Okay, terrific. So it does not exactly impact like property owners or property taxes and that kind of thing?
No, it does not.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Do we have anybody else? Okay. Councilmember Davis has a motion to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember O'Neill. Any council discussion to close the public hearing? Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy. Vice Mayor Hardy?
I believe she dropped off.
Yeah.
Oh, she's back on.
No, I'm back on, yes.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 6-0. These are going to be some interesting council minutes, on, off, on, off. Okay. Now we have, is there a motion, Councilmember Davis?
Yes, Mayor, there is a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Motion to approve staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Any discussion on this? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes 6-0. Thank you. All right, our next item is another public hearing, action on resolutions approving water, sewer, and recycled water rates to be effective July 1st, 2020. Staff, public hearing's open.
I'd like to call Gary. There we go.
Good evening, Council, City Manager, Mayor. Gary Welling, Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. We have item 9 this evening, public hearing on water, sewer, and recycled rates. And I am just switch. Okay. First slide. So our water utilities, 26,000 connections, 335 miles of mains, and 21 active groundwater wells. And we also have 7 storage tanks that store over 28 million gallons of water on a daily basis. Our sewer utility is 26,000 connections, 288 miles of mains, and we are co-owner of the regional wastewater facility in San Jose. Recycled water connections, we have about 280 of those, and 20% of our total water portfolio, it comes through recycled water. The water utility CIP, we have $25 million budget over the next 5 years. The largest expenditures will be in the next 2 years. They include the distribution system replacement and our Sarah tank rehabilitation, which is underway right now. That's over at 200 Lawrence Expressway. That's a $9.7 million project, major renovation. The last 3 tanks, that's 7 in the city that need to be rehabilitated, and we should have that done by early next year. Here's a shot of the Sarah tank, some of the scaffolding that's up on our tank number 1. As I mentioned, there's 3 tanks on that site. Currently, on the right side, we're in the process of sandblasting the interior of the tank, and that'll be coated. The tank is obviously drained right now while the work is going on, but we still have the other 2 tanks in play. On the sewer utility, we have $148 million, $148.5 million over the next 5 years. That includes RWF and CIP, and $110 million would be the RWF's portion. Recently, the council approved the $50 million line of credit for RWF capital costs that will help fund those costs. Other large projects include condition assessment, sewer system improvements, and capital projects. Just a shot of the sewer utility CIP. These are shots of the RWF facility with the 7 major projects that are currently ongoing. And that's the picture on the left. Picture on the right is an aerial view of a digester tanks that have been recently refurbished at the plant. These are the local CIP projects. This is one that we had last year, emergency project on Lafayette, where we replaced a number of linear feet of the sewer system, including new manholes, and got that rehabilitation completed. So just to get to the proposed water rates, we are proposing a 3.4% increase in the consumption charge per HCF. So that is, the new rate will be $6.43. That's an increase of $2.52 a month. So we're going from $74.64 to $77.16. And that's a typical residential using 12 HCF per month. The average increase for the water size of the minimum charges for water meter is 1.2%. And then the rates are calculated to fund capital improvement program operations and maintenance and needed reserves. The proposed sewer rates, we have the capital cost of the RWF, which, as I mentioned, $110.4 million over the next 5 years. The residential rate increase we're proposing is 1%. Resident sewer bill would increase 46 cents from $44.07 per month to $44.53. Non-residential rates, based on the cost of service analysis, would look at increases of 5.2%, some lower, some higher, but that's based on flow and strength, and that's the average increase. The proposed recycled water rates, the rate for general customers is unchanged at $3.74 per 100 cubic feet. Some commercial, and 100 cubic feet is 748 gallons of water, and that's the standard we use in the water business for both potable water and recycled water. Some commercial customers will see increase. We have had different classes of customers, and so we've moved those all into one customer class. So there's a few customers out there that will see increase in recycled water rates. So summary of the proposed rates. The water rate proposal is 3.4%. That's $2.52, as mentioned, per month for a typical residential customer using 12 HCF per month. Recycled water, no change for general customers. And on the sewer, 1% increase for residential customers, 46 cents a month, and a 5.2% average increase for non-residential. And then this chart here, this bar chart, shows the comparison of residential rates to some of the local cities. We still, we're here in the red bordered, so Santa Clara proposed. We're still lower than San Jose, Sunnyvale, San Jose Water Company, Mountain View, and Milpitas and Palo Alto when you combine both water and sewer. So the recommendation is to close the public hearing if protests from the property owners are not a majority, is to adopt the resolution approving the water rate schedule for 2020-01, recycled water rate schedule 2020-02, and the city water service rates to be effective July 1st, 2020, and then adopt the resolution approving the sewer rate schedule S20, sewer rates to be effective July 1st, 2020. And then I did want to mention that we had a memo to council. We had a typo on one of the resolutions for recycled water fire services. We accidentally had 4-inch was $5.22 when it should have been $15.22. So just wanted to make that note. So I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Welling, for that report. Is there any questions from the council? I see Councilmember Davis. Do you have a question, or are you motion making? Councilmember Davis?
Oh, they just unmuted me. I can talk. Okay. I wanted to thank Gary for all the work that he does. I work with him on the water, and I know that keeping these rates down is a very hard thing to do, but it works. And we can always still say that we have the lowest utility rates around us. So I give him praise for keeping us that way, and I know our residents love him too. So yes, when the time is ready, we'd like to make the motion to approve staff recommendations.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. So the first thing we're going to do is,
okay, the public hearing.
Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on any items?
Yes, we have Suds Jane.
Okay, is he on live?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. I had a question about the differential between residential and non-residential rates. I see the non-residential rate is much higher, and I'm wondering, is there any problem with Prop 218 in terms of being able to have tiers or different rates? And then I'm wondering, you know, we have a lot of CIP for sewer because there's a lot of maintenance required for sewer. Are these rates going to cover all of the projects, or is that going to have to come out of a special bond or general fund money?
Okay. I'd like to collect all the questions and then have our director answer after. So thank you, Mr. Jane. We'll collect those questions. What's our second member of the public?
Rochelle Fernandez.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Rochelle.
Rochelle. Rochelle?
Hi. Yes.
Hi, Rochelle. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you all for the work you've done so far, you know, particularly in bolstering those rainy day reserves. These are unprecedented times, and we do need those rainy day funds, as you know, you rightly mentioned earlier in this meeting. And that kind of rainy day has also been sort of for the resident families here. You know, there was a number there that stood out to me. It said one of those bills, it would go up from 74 to 77. Well, that number has never been my bill, perhaps because I have 3 children who are all at home right now, not going to school. And for that, so I don't know, like, what is my bill going to go up to from $200 to what? But you know, all of that aside, I get that, you know, that there's a need, repairs need to be done, etc. I had a couple suggestions. There was another point that Gary made that stuck out, which was that the commercial and residential was kind of decoupled there. And I'm wondering if it might be worthwhile to consider increasing the rates for large companies that operate in the city of Santa Clara and not increasing the rates for people living here. That was one of the ideas. And then the second one was I received something in the mail about the deployment of, you know, changing the water systems over to be ones that have fluoride in it. Perhaps those can be delayed. So yeah, just wanted to throw those 2 things out there because I don't think that this is a good time for the community in general to have any sort of increases while you have an increase in number of people at home as well. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Rochelle, and thank you for your questions. The questions of having the larger businesses subsidize more of the residential, and then the fluoride in the water. So do we have any other comments from the public? Do we have any other public members? So I'm going to ask, thank you for those public comments. I'm going to ask Director Welling if he could answer some of those questions we just received from our public members. Director Welling?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the questions. I also wanted to mention we have our rate consultants on the line.
Oh, great. Okay.
And Buey, so I'm going to ask them to chime in. I'll answer the questions, but I'd like them to add anything they'd like to in addition. So on Suds Jane, he asked about the variable rate. The potential is there. I mean, our rates, we do our rates based on a cost of service for both water and sewer. And so that's what the Prop 218 requirement is, and it's the fair way to do it. I think you had a question on the variable rate, and I'm going to let Alberto or Ann answer that. But on the CIP, we do on CIP for sewer, we do have enough to cover CIP for sewer, and we do have enough to cover for water. We plan that in the rates. We try to be as efficient as possible. We try to negotiate the best contracts possible on a CIP. But for sewer, Council recently approved the $50 million in a line of credit, and that's to help with evening out those rates so they're not onerous on any particular year, on any particular resident population or commercial population. And so we have generational inequity when we have we increase rates in 1 year. So we spread that out over a number of years. And that's the idea behind the line of credit. So it helps keep the rates lower. And so we're financing some of those large CIP projects at the regional wastewater facility. And that, as I mentioned, that's our biggest CIP projects in the water and sewer utilities budget. And then I'll let Alberto. Alberto, do you want to add anything to the question that Suds Jane had?
Yeah, definitely. Can you hear me? First question.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Under these circumstances is unique, but I guess assume it's working out very well. I guess two of the questions that came up, and it had to do with the different rates, and I think one of the questions was specific to sewer and seeing the difference between residential and non-residential. The way the cost of service studies are done is they are done by customer classes. So while the presentation only showed what would be residential and what would be non-residential, non-residential is actually composed of about 10 to 15 different customer classes. So within non-residential, you have from car washes to churches to any commercial building. So within those customer classes, what happens in the cost of service is that we develop costs for the system, and then we assign those costs to the different customer classes based on their demand. So the costs that you see and the rates that you see are designed each specifically for the different customer classes to make sure that they generate their fair share that they recover their fair share of cost. So no customer class subsidizes another customer class. So that's what the whole Prop 218 really requirement came about, to the extent that each customer would recover their own costs and that the utility wouldn't overgenerate revenues. So those were the two requirements. The other question I think had to do with increasing the rates for large customers as opposed to residentials. Unfortunately, under Prop 218, every customer must recover their own fair share of their costs. So if you were to raise artificially the cost to large customers as opposed to residentials, you wouldn't be in compliance with Prop 218. So that's not a recommendation that we would make, but that is the way cost of service works.
So thank you, Alberto. So I'll add the other question that Rochelle had was related to Valley Water or to fluoridation. Our fluoridate, for our groundwater wells, the majority of our water comes from groundwater and it's not fluoridated. It's not chlorinated either. There's nothing added to it. So it's fairly pure. It is hard, but when we get imported water from SFPUC, that is fluoridated already. The only water that we don't get in that portfolio that isn't fluoridated is from the Valley water. It's a treated water. They are proposing within the next couple of years to add fluoridation. Most water utilities do at treatment plants have fluoridation on their plants. So that's a cost that Valley Water will incur, and they will pass that along to us, obviously, in their rates. But that's something that they're proposing in the next couple of years, but hasn't happened yet. But some of the water we do get already is fluoridated. But again, it's a mix. But just to back up what Alberto mentioned on the cost of service, we do try to make the rates as equitable as possible, and everybody pay their fair share based on sewer, its flow and strength, and also on the water side. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you, Mayor. So this kind of might address some of the concerns from Rochelle also. Director Welling, as you mentioned, so Santa Clara gets its water from three sources: our local groundwater, and I know Councilmember Davis is intimately familiar with this, the wells that we have underneath our, within our city limits, and then the northern part of the city primarily gets water from San Francisco PUC, what we know as Hetch Hetchy. And then the other third, as you mentioned, comes from Valley Water, the Santa Clara Valley Water District. So when we see these rates, so we're having to we have to pay for the water from SFPUC and from Valley Water. Do you know off the top of your head, I know earlier in the year, we were seeing some very large numbers, and I know that Councilmember Davis and you were very involved in discussions with Valley Water about those rate increases that they were proposing, that what it was going to cost the city of Santa Clara to purchase water in order to provide to our residents. Do these rate increases that we're seeing for water, are they still largely reflecting rate increases from either SFPUC or from Valley Water?
So that's a good question, Councilmember O'Neill. There was a substantial work done with Valley Water. Valley Water had originally proposed an 8.6% increase. They did not increase this year, but we went from, we would have had on the water side a $4.20 increase versus the $2.52 increase if you were to use the 12 HCF. So it's about a $2 million drop, not having an increase from Valley Water, and SFPUC is not proposing an increase this year, but they have very large increases coming in the next couple of years. So they're delayed increases, so to speak. But the SFPUC had already scheduled those increases. But in general, we spend about $20 million a year to Valley Water for water purchases, and that's part of our O&M budget. So it's a substantial amount of water, both for groundwater charges and for treated water. So we're looking at, they didn't have increases this year, and so those have been reflected in the rates. Otherwise, the rates would have been much higher. Instead of 3.4%, we would have been in the 5.2% range for an increase.
Okay, so I guess we all need to be kind of watching our budgets because, we have to get the water from somewhere, and if we have to buy it, we don't have too many options on the open market to where to go. So everybody conserve and get your rain barrels and hope we have a wet winter. Thank you, Gary, very much.
Sure, and I'll add, you mentioned conservation. The city is doing very well, residents and commercial users, but we are still 17% below 2013 demands. And we had, when we discontinued our shortage plan, we had a 10% voluntary requirement, but we're exceeding that. So kudos to the residents and commercial businesses.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that. And I think one of our speakers, Rochelle, she said her children are at home. I know my 3 children are at home and they're using a lot of water. And my bills have gone up since they're all out of school. And I know it's a tough time for us. Is there any opportunity for us to hold this off for a couple months for many people that are, you know, having such a hard time right now with some of these bills? We want to be still sensitive, but I know we're still low, and I know we're subject to what Valley Water District is charging us for water. Is there any comment on that? What would be the impact if we held off just for a little bit on this? I know nobody wants to answer that, but is there a comment?
Harry, do you or Ken, do you have available the monthly losses without the rate increase, or should we return back?
No, I
that
can.
information? Oh, you have it? Good, great.
Yeah, I have it, Deanna. So if we were to forego any increases in water, sewer, recycled, we would look at a $211,000 per month revenue loss. So that would come out of reserves. It would be about $2.5 million per year.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. I just wanted to, see, what that means for us in terms of that. And I think for the public's information as well, we are not, for any of our utilities or any of our services actually in the city, we're not allowed to charge more than what it costs to provide. Is that correct? Meaning we're not making any money off of this, and in many cases, we're still subsidizing the service. So is there a comment on that?
Correct, Mayor. We do follow the cost of service, and we do have a rate consultant, and we do have specific reserves that we follow, and that's how we come up with the rates. So yes, we follow pretty strict, and we have on the water side even delayed CIP projects. We had a major CIP project, and we've delayed that, pushed that out a year. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other council members? Any members of the public? All right. Councilmember Davis, do you have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? All right. Assistant City Clerk? Oh, yes. We'll talk about.
After the.
No, I had the instruction said close the public hearing and then talk about the.
It's after.
Anyway, that's the instructions I have.
Okay.
Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
All right, that passes unanimously to close the public hearing. And then I think the next process is asking the Assistant City Clerk about the protests. Can you let us know about the protests?
As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 28 written protests to the proposed water increase, 26 written protests to the sewer increase, and 22 written protests to the recycled water increase. The number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Thank you. Did all the council members hear that?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve staff recommendation once again, we do have the lowest rates. Once again, the Valley Water did not increase our rates. They will probably look at it again in November. They held back on that, so we hopefully are in a good position. And the fact that Director Welling let you know that we put back capital improvement projects just to survive this COVID thing that we are living in right now. So I think the staff has come to a great conclusion, and I want to approve staff recommendation.
Okay. All right. There's a motion for staff recommendation and a second by Vice Mayor Hardy. Do we have any other comments on the staff recommendation? Seeing none, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. I have to do this one. I have a technical difficulty. Vice Mayor Hardy's not showing up on my motion. So, Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, City Manager and Director Welling, consultants, everyone, for that. All right. Moving on to item number 10, another public hearing, adoption of a resolution setting rates for overall solid waste services, annual cleanup campaign, and household hazardous waste in the exclusive franchise area. And it's a public hearing, so I'll declare the public hearing open. City staff?
Craig, this is Craig's item to present.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. Mayor and Council, Craig Moback, Director of Public Works. So if I could have the presentation, please. And so while we're waiting for that slide 2, tonight is the public hearing for the proposed solid waste rates. So before we get started on that part of the program, I thought it'd be beneficial to take a few minutes and summarize the many steps we've taken here to get here tonight. Over the past 3 years, there have been numerous communications, meetings, and council actions regarding regulatory changes in the solid waste industry and the city's need to enter into new agreements because of these changes, as well as the fact that existing contracts were expiring. So I'm not going to go through all the items here on this sheet, but through mid-19, we coordinated on the new SB 1383, the China National Sword Policy, a food scraps pilot program, and proposed contracts with green waste recovery for ecology and mission trail waste systems. And next slide, please. Because of the use of the split carts in the pilot program was contentious, there was comments about carts being too heavy, carts being difficult to bring to the curb, and reduced garbage capacity. In October 2019, we decided to do more outreach, and there were public meetings regarding the continued use of split carts citywide versus the more expensive option of mixed waste processing. And then to gather even more feedback, a public survey was launched in November of 2019. And ultimately, all this outreach and feedback was a key consideration for council in moving forward with the new contracts as well as policy in December of 2019. And at these meetings, when considering contracts, there was extensive discussion on costs and rates. And just a couple of the highlight points I wanted to bring up was one, that because of the new requirements and policies in the solid waste industry, costs were going to rise no matter which option was selected. So the bottom line was customer rates were going to be increasing. And the cost of mixed waste processing was more expensive than split carts, but it had the advantages of no changes to the carts, recovering more food scraps, recovering more material that would typically be landfilled, and it would not require any additional enforcement costs like the split cart would. The concern was, how do you enforce people splitting their food out of their garbage? And that was through some of the experience we saw in the pilot program. So ultimately, what council elected to do was authorize the execution of a contract with Ecology for Recycling. to make a policy decision that the residential split cart program would no longer be an option for the new solid waste contracts, and elected to move forward with mixed waste processing. And then third was to also authorize the execution of a mixed waste processing agreement with Green Waste Recovery and an agreement with Mission Trail Waste Systems that did not include split carts. And the proposed rates, that rate increases that were discussed when these decisions were made, that have been noticed to the public and are being presented tonight, have all been consistent. And there have been some discussion today about components of the rate increases, as well as what the costs were of the split cart program. Even though we're not using a split cart program anymore, I felt it was important to cover these costs again as a reminder. So if we can go to the next slide. These next few slides were not in your packet, but I did want to go over them again because I think they're important. So if we can go to, yes, this slide. So here is the slide that was shown in December of 2019, and it shows the option 1, which is the split cart, and option 2, which was the mixed waste processing. And you'll see that the mixed waste processing was shown as 57% increase over the next 3 years, and organics in the split cart was 43% increase. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see what those estimates were for the homes. And you'll see again, those were pretty consistent. We had always stated that the mixed waste processing was a little bit more expensive, and that was the same on the townhouses. And then when we go to the next slide, you'll see a little bit of a difference as we get to the commercial and the multifamily. But ultimately, the commercial rates, you can see when you start source separating the organics for commercial, that actually was more expensive at 63% versus the option B, which was mixed waste processing of a 57% increase. And then lastly, on the next slide, you'll see the multifamily rates. And so this is a bit different because of source separating, probably is going to require a whole extra bin for these multifamily areas. So that was shown at approximately 100% increase, and the option B of the mixed waste processing, again, staying consistent at 57%. So these are consistent with what was shown to council in December 2019, what we're showing in the rate increases. Those percentages that I just presented were over the 3 years. What we're seeing here tonight is for increases in the 20 to 23% range for this year. So I'm going to turn the rest of the presentation over to Dave Staub, Deputy Director of Public Works. We also have Garth Schultz on the line from R3, and then we'll be available for questions afterwards. So turn it over to Dave, and we can go to the next slide.
All right, thank you, Craig. Just want to reiterate that the solid waste has 5 components: garbage collection and disposal, yard trimming, collection and processing, residential recycling cleanup campaign, and household hazardous waste program, which we're not proposing an increase for this year. Next slide, please. So covering the garbage and yard trimming rate increases, we are implementing organic waste diversion programs as required by Senate Bill 1383 this coming year. We have a new agreement in place with Green Waste Recovery that secures mixed waste processing to enable us to meet those organics recycling requirements. And it is, just to reiterate, it is more expensive to recover organics than dispose of them in the landfill. We have a new agreement with Mission Trail Waste Systems that takes effect July 1 of this year that increases collection tariffs by 6%. And we also have an existing agreement with IDC BFI for disposal and composting at the Newbie Island landfill facility that has a COLA for which 2.9% going up July 1st. Our residential recycling rate increase, as you know, we have got a new agreement with Recology that raises their compensation by 14.3% effective July 1, 2020. We had a really good deal in our previous agreement with Recology. Operating costs outpaced consumer price index over the term of that agreement. Also, another factor for the increase is that the revenue for recyclable materials dropped significantly due to the China's national sword policy. But overall, the new agreement is a good value for the city. Recent proposals for similar services for the city of San Jose were almost double, and the actual Recology San Mateo costs per unit were also nearly double. Next slide. Cleanup campaign rate increase, just in case everybody didn't know, we have rescheduled our cleanup campaign to start August 10th through September 4th. We were able to line that up. Our monthly cleanup campaign charge has not been increased since July of 2018. The increase of 23 cents per month is needed to pay for cost increases for trucking services, equipment rental services, for budgeting purposes, temporary staffing, although it will be city staff filling positions that were formerly filled by temporary staff, as well as the 2.9% landfill composting costs. So for IDC BFI. Next slide. All right. Staff and R3 Consulting have established the proposed rates that are inclusive of increasing costs due to new contract terms and conditions with Mission Trail Waste Systems, Green Waste Recovery, and Recology, and inclusive of new mixed waste processing and composting costs, so we can be in compliant with Senate Bill 1383. The proposed rate should be sufficient to meet the city's costs for providing services in 2021. They're also in line with the estimates that were provided to council back on December 10th, 2019. The proposed rates are representative, of the 3-year rate smoothing plan that we had presented back in 2019 from the slides that Craig showed previously. R3 Consulting will be conducting a cost of service study in fiscal year 2021 in advance of proposing fiscal year 21-22 rates that analyzes each rate component with the cost of service. The current rates that are being proposed are spread across the aggregate services, not on per container costs. Next slide. Go ahead and skip to the next slide after that on single family rates. So this chart is a summary of the proposed rates. So as you can see, the rate increases do range from 20.5% for the small cart 32 gallon service to 23.3% overall increase for the 20 gallon super saver. So I want to be clear that this is inclusive of all of the rate components in customer solid waste rates. Again, they are in line with the estimates presented to council in 2019. We present it like this because this is what the customer sees at the bottom line of their bill. The rates do include yard trimmings charges, proposed to go from $11.24 to $11.80 per month. Residential recycling, which is proposed to go from $4.40 to $5.30 a month. Cleanup campaign charge, which is proposed to go from $5.67 to $5.90 a month. And household hazardous waste, which is going to remain flat at 30 cents per month. Next slide. So commercial rates across the board are being adjusted by 23.1% for front load bin garbage service. For commercial front load bin recycling service, they're going up by 6%. That's because the rate is based on Mission Trail Waste Systems tariff, the amount that we pay Mission Trail to pick up the container, and that rate's going up by 6% effective July 1. And same applies for Mission Trail Waste Systems special charges, which includes push-pull service, lock jam, installation, driver time, and bin cleaning charges. One major difference this year as part of the new agreement with Mission Trail Waste Systems is that they will be taking over billing services from the city. So all of those collection tariffs are being increased by 6%, and then Mission Trail Waste Systems is going to bill customers for the actual cost to recycle or dispose of the contents of the container. That will be billed directly to the customer based on what it actually costs to recycle or dispose. So that's a big change coming forward effective July 1. Next slide. So this slide's a countywide comparison that shows our bundled solid waste rates in comparison to the fiscal year 19-20 countywide averages. So this does include the yard trimmings, the residential recycling, the cleanup campaign charge, and the household hazardous waste. So as you can see, we are higher with our proposed rates in fiscal year 2021 for the 20-gallon Super Saver and the 32-gallon small cart. But again, I want to remind everybody that these are not year-to-year comparisons. Other jurisdictions are in the process of implementing organics recycling diversion programs to comply with SB 1383 as well, and are anticipating large increases associated with those. The other thing to note on this slide when you're looking at the residential rates, which have an asterisk by it, our rates have the $5.90 per month cleanup campaign charge included. No other city provides a comparable service. So if you were to back that out, it would certainly make the rates on the single family side look a bit different. With the new Mission Trail Waste Systems and Green Waste Recovery agreements, if you look at the 3 cubic yard bin service charges, our rates are still lower than the fiscal year 19-20 averages. So we are getting good value on that front as well. Slide. So this, on May 1st, notices of public hearing and proposed rate increases were mailed to 25,837 customers. Information was posted on the city's website, and we established a public hearing for tonight. If approved, the new rates will be effective July 1, 2020. Next slide. So the staff recommendation is at the close of the public hearing for the city clerk to count the protests from property owners and adopt the resolution setting the overall rates to be charged for solid waste collection and disposal services. And we're recommending alternative 1 over alternative 2, which is do not adopt the resolution and the city subsidizes the increase from the general fund. So with that completes my presentation. I'm available for questions, and Garth Schultz from R3 Consulting is available to help answer questions as well on the financial end. Garth was he led us through the negotiations of the Ecology Mission Trail and Green Waste Recovery Agreement and helped us put together the proposed later.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation and the and the slideshow on what we've done in the past and where we are today. So I'm going to start with the council. Does the council have any questions or comments on the staff presentation?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Pardon me?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Councilmember O'Neill. Okay. Councilmember
Okay,
O'Neill.
thanks very much. So I just wanted kind of to emphasize, I mean, nobody likes to see rate increases, you know, me above everybody else probably. But I just wanted to make sure, like Dave had mentioned the sword policy with China. So as part of our cost, isn't it that China doesn't want to take all our trash anymore, all our recycling, right? So we're having to find ways to dispose of that here in the United States. At the same time, when we have increased goals to reduce what goes into landfill, because we're running out of places to dump this stuff. So isn't it that part of the issue that now, you know, things that we thought we were recycling, now it's just kind of like going into garbage. But we have to find another way to handle it. And I'm particularly worried with this COVID thing. I think, you know, we've all been buying a lot more food that's in a container or something, or everything's being super packaged. And it's like all that stuff is going out into the recycle bin or trash. So it seems like, that's part of our problem, is that we're thinking we're recycling, but we're, and reducing waste, but are we really? And we're just ending up having to pay for it in a different way.
Is that a question, or do you want to
Well,
respond?
kind of, I don't know, Dave, am I accurate that that's part of our problem? That
Yeah, the solid waste industry is certainly going through some transformative changes right now. With the national sword policy, it is much more challenging to recycle materials, where we see it more so than not having markets, at least in this area, is the commodity prices have plummeted. So back when we negotiated an agreement with Recology in 2008, they were projecting that we would be seeing up to $70 a ton for commodities, and right now we're having to pay a processor to process them. So the value has gone down. But even the largest one is the untapped item in the diversion portfolio has been organics, and as Senate Bill 1383 requires jurisdictions to implement organics recycling programs, and we've found a way to provide that service to the public.
Okay, so, and that was what was going to be my next comment. So just to make sure that I understood this, because I know that this was some of what changed my thinking when we had the vote last December, was realizing that, so is it accurate that, as I recall correctly, that, people like me who recycle pretty diligently, that actually most people, even though they had a split cart, things weren't really being separated, and it was costing us more money to, we were still having to separate it once it got to the collection point. And so now, and then people said they didn't really, want to use the split cart. So we're going to be paying more now up front just to put it all into one bin. And then there will be people and machines that will try to do a better job of separating it at whatever collection center it goes to, with the hope that we'll be able to divert some of particularly the organics, which can be methane producing. Am I remembering correctly?
Yes, you are. So just to expand on that a little bit, the main difference between, one of the reasons why cost is going up with the mixed waste processing over the split cart program is the split cart program relies on the voluntary to use the organic side of the cart. When we first started the program, we were seeing maybe 8 pounds per household, but that's not what every household participating. Some challenges with the cart size where folks didn't have enough garbage capacity, and we gave complimentary upsizes of containers. There was some issues with contamination in the organic section of the cart. But with the mixed waste processing program, that entire garbage cart goes through a processing line where organics and recyclables that made their way into the garbage cart were recovered. Not that that's where we want the recyclables, because especially with paper products, the quality of the recyclables really diminishes once it gets commingled with other organic waste.
Okay, and so when you said like the cost on the commodities, it was like for some of those plastic products, there was so much of it that nobody wanted to buy it to like make it into new soda bottles or whatever. They didn't, so that's when you said that we were having to pay people to take it away, because there's so much plastic that there's not a market for it.
I think the main reason why the markets declined was that China's national sword really, they stopped taking and importing other countries' waste, and their standards for what they were taking in went way up. So it's important to have clean streams, which is why we still want to keep that separate recycling container, because that's a cleaner stream than having it mixed in with the garbage.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Chahal and then Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Craig, Dave, for the report, and also thank you for all the data which I requested, and you diligently gave me that data. And I did prepare a deep dive into especially the residential garbage collection, and I did supply some PowerPoint slides to the staff so that I can discuss those, how using green waste is costing the residents millions of dollars, and why that decision from the council of going with the green waste is costing us more than $2.4 million a year to the residents. Can I please have the slides we can discuss?
Is there a slide presentation? Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, it is. Yes, Mayor.
Do we have copies of that? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, our city prides itself of having a low utility rate, and that's one of the prime reasons residents like the city's low power rates and low utility rates. And some of the decisions we made are causing those rates to go high. Next slide, please. So what I did was I did divide the part of residential collections, how the rates are impacting, like what are the proposed rates for different 4 categories of the garbage being collected from the residents. So 20 gallon is current rate is $7.43, and going now proposed rate is $12.50, which is 68% 24 hike. Then the 32 gallon is $14.98, and it's going higher by $20.80, which is 38% a hike, 39% almost. And 64 gallon is $29.49, which is going to be $38.60. Again, 30.89% hike. And then larger 96 gallon, currently we are paying $44, and it will be go to $56.50, which is 28.41%. And other rates are comparable. I agree that other rates are in the range of four rates. And I can understand the recycling is going high because of the economical situations worldwide, as they mentioned. Nobody is accepting the recycling. But I was more concerned about the steep hike of the garbage collection for the category A1 to A4. And overall, our the rates are in between that category of like anywhere from 30% hike. Next slide, please. So what I did was I compared our garbage collection rates if we had used a split bin versus green waste. So our current rates, the very first column, we are paying Mission Trail Services $3.3 million. And program costs, we were paying $4.3 million, and now they're $6.2 million. So first of all, the Mission Trail is only charging us a hike of 5.52%, I think 6% overall. So that's not a big hike. Like majority of the job being done by Mission Trail, picking up the garbage, taking it to their facility, that's only costing us hike of 5.52%. But my question on the next one is, the program costs have increased by 43%. So I would like to ask the staff, how come we have increased the program cost from $4.3 million to $6.2 million, which is a rise of 43%? If you want, I can continue with that, or we can have the answer from the staff right now, Madam Mayor, so that we don't have to go back to the slides.
Why don't you go ahead and finish your slides, and then we'll
Okay,
sure.
Provide
please
answers.
finish the presentation, and then we can go on from there.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so next is the green waste charges. You know, in December, the majority of the council passed the resolution that we will hire green waste to process our garbage. After collecting the garbage, they will separate the organic and inorganic garbage. Whereas that cost itself for 6 months is $1.2 million. And our next heading is landfill cost. Now, this one is, we are paying $745K right now, and it's being reduced to $384. And I'm happy it's being reduced, but I would like to find out what steps or what happened, what did we do great so that it's reduced by 48%. Now, the total of these categories of these expenses in 2019-20, we were paying $8.4 million. And with the green waste option, and this green waste option is only for 6 months, not annualized. I have done that thing on annualized basis next. Only for 6 months, it's costing us $11.37 million. So total hike to residents is 35%. And residents are paying $2.9 million more on this scenario where we are proposed rates are, basically. Next slide, please. So here what I did was, instead of doing the 6-month rate, I used what if we would have used the split bin? So the Mission Trail services would have gone from 3.3 million, or the current proposed 3.4, almost 3.5, to 3.561. Basically a hike of $61,000. And the split bin, the garbage would have been source separated, and Mission Trail would have taken care of their garbage. But if you look at the middle column with the 6 year, so program cost same, green waste same, as per the last column. So if I compare the split bin option with what we are giving to the green waste option right now, so green waste, we are trying to pay $11.37 million. Whereas if we would have gone with split bin option, we would have paid $10.1 million. So this hike would have only been 21% versus 35%. And residents would have paid almost $1.17 million less in this scenario. And again, this is only for 6 months of green waste service. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I did to compare apples to apples, because 6 months, this current 2021, green waste will only be utilized for 6 months only. Whereas next year, they will be utilized for full year. So I annualized that one. So instead of 6 months, I annualized the green waste to double that. So it became $2.475 million. So look at the scenario where we go. So currently we are paying $8.4 million for our garbage collection and processing of that. If we used split bin, we would have paid $10 million. But if we are using green waste for annual basis, we'll be paying $2.6 million. And instead of 21% hike, we will be paying 49% hike, almost 50% more than what we are paying today. And I know I'm not touching the other components, but I'm just concentrating on this component, that our decision of going with green waste for processing the residential garbage has costed the residents, will be costing the residents almost $2.4 million a year. And some of the things I would like to touch base with the pilot run. So our split bin was being run on pilot basis, and there were several surveys done. First of all, in no survey, the residents were made apprised of the fact that if you use green waste versus split bin, you will be ending paying $2.4 million more. Second thing, majority of the split bin people who were on the pilot approved in the survey that we are okay with it with some modification. So people who are really using it really approved that, okay, we are okay with it, but we need some modification by like the ratio of the organic compartment versus the regular garbage compartment. And Mission Trail was ready to work with that. So our decision to going with green waste service for residential is costing our residents $2.4 million. And basically we are paying 50% more on the service of garbage. Now, I would like to have answers to those couple of questions from the staff, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. So I just want to remind everyone that Council did make policy decisions that we were not moving forward with the split card. As such, we stopped negotiating that component with Mission Trail Waste Systems. So we don't have an option to do split cart program anymore. And what I wanted to also mention is these rates and the increases that we've shown and that are being proposed tonight have all been consistent with what was shown in the past presentations, which have been discussed with council, and also what was in the notices for the rate increases. In regards to the split carts, there was a lot of discussion in the pilot during the community meetings that we held on the split cart, on the surveys, with people's dissatisfaction on that. I mean, I'm sure council was part of that and is aware of those responses as well. To address a few of your other questions, the program costs, we look at rates as a whole. So we look at the total costs of the program, and we also look at the revenues of the program. So we're looking at all the contracts, what all the costs are going to be, what all the revenues are going to be. We also mentioned that we looked at this over a 3-year cycle, which is pretty standard, further than a year, so that you can smooth out your rate so you don't have really significant spikes. So when you see the program cost, some of that is accounting for to smooth out those rates over the 3-year period and avoid any significant spikes. In regards to your question on the landfill costs going down, that's primarily a factor of green waste is going to be recovering more out of that trash bin that will not be going to the landfill. So as a added benefit and as a savings on the landfill disposal side of it, when you do mixed waste processing. So I believe I responded to your questions there.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not blaming staff for the policy decision, but I'm trying to discuss this from the policy matter itself, from the council point of view. How, like, we had an option to take green waste for businesses, for commercial, and we could have eliminated residential. Now, with the decision being made right now, we are asking our residents to pay by almost $2.5 million. And as mentioned, like in the other rate hike for the water, like going from 3.2% to 5.4 was a big deal. And here we are asking our residents to pay like double digits, like from 28 to 64% more, where we could have saved them some dollars on their garbage rates.
And I just want to, oh, go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to say it looks like there's really some differences between the way the city has explained the facts of the garbage decision and the assertions that Council Member Chahal has made, and I'd like to give him a chance to respond to that. But before we do that, I'm going to ask. A lot of this discussion that Councilmember Chahal has brought up is regarding the green waste and the decision that the council made after, many hours and a lot of public outreach on that. City Attorney, where are we on that contract? Because I think that ship has sailed in terms of the enormous amount of input we got on that before the council made a decision. City Attorney?
Yeah, the contracts are signed, and I'm sure the contractors are relying on the fact that they have executed agreements. So, there's a lot of startup costs to doing these contracts. So I'm assuming that this is the direction that we're going is not to talk about changing the contracts, because I don't think at this point we have the ability to do that.
Okay, so, our discussion should be around adopting the rates. I know, Councilmember Chahal, much of your presentation relied on the fact that you're unhappy about the not adopting the split carts, but I know that we had a lot of discussion about that and the pros and cons, and what were our ultimate goals, which was diversion of this trash and recycling and everything else. And we did have a split cart trial projects all over town, and we used that as an example, and our staff gave us information, and ultimately based on the community reactions, I know you remember those hours and hours of meetings talking about garbage, the council made a decision. So I think I appreciate that you did your PowerPoint. It just looks like there's the staff seems to have a different, opinion about the number. So I'm wondering, in terms of the rate increases, could you just focus your comments about the rates that are on the table right now, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me respond to some of the points raised. Like, first is the contract signed. So the contract we signed with Green Waste is per ton waste basis. Like, even today, I think if we want to divert a residential part of the garbage to Mission Trail for so separated, I doubt there should be any, because we did not sign a contract that, okay, we 100% will give you the residential as well as all garbage, but we signed with a per ton. So they are separating as per the tonnage. Correct me if I'm wrong from that perspective. And second thing, some of the numbers I am really not satisfied with. When this item came before the council in December, we were told that budget appropriation for using green waste for the whole city would be around 4.6 months. They gave 2 point something, so it will be around 4 point some million dollars. And now I got the numbers that budget appropriation for green waste would be $8.9 million. So that appropriation, I'm worried about that. Like, how we have that double the appropriation what was presented in the December 10th meeting. So that extra amount of money, who is paying? Residents are paying. So I'm trying to protect the residents and their expenses. Like, we know that these are tough times, and we have to protect our residents from these unjustified hikes. So whatever we can do to reduce these rates, that's my goal. That's my only goal, that we need to make sure that we do not punish our residents for any decision which we made for the majority of the residents, which is hiking the rate by 50% on this particular breakdown, A1 to A4, I mentioned.
Okay. Let's go through with the additional questions or comments, and then we can discuss further. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff. And most importantly, thank you for rescheduling the cleanup campaign. I know how excited everybody was, because they were part of the reason there was upset was because they were paying into to the campaign, and then to feel like it wasn't going to happen was upsetting. So thank you so much for being able to reschedule that whole campaign. The mayor has talked some about the meeting last December where we made these agreements or agreed to these agreements, and we spent hours that night. I think we had to take a couple of breaks, but even just prior to that meeting where we had to make the decision and take everything into consideration, staff did a lot of outreach in terms of putting the pilot program into place, doing surveys, getting feedback, bringing it to the council so we could see updates on how the program was operating. And I mean, there was a lot of outcry about people just did not like the split carts. And I remember I drove around the city just before we were coming due to have some presentations and make some decisions. And I drove around the city just to see these neighborhoods that were the part of the pilot program, to see how they were being utilized. And it was horrible. People were stuffing everything into the scrap food side that shouldn't have been in there. I mean, I saw garbage, all kinds of things. So people were not utilizing the carts as they were supposed to be. And as a matter of fact, in 2018, Councilmember Hardy, part of her campaign was against the split carts. You can go back to her Facebook page, and she's got pictures about how she was against the split carts because they were not being used properly. And so anyway, when we had to make a decision, I mean, my feeling was, why am I going to let the city of Santa Clara invest in a program that nobody's going to use? I mean, other cities around us use it, and I see it when I go into other cities like Sunnyvale, Milpitas, but for some reason, Santa Clarans did not accept this program. It would, and even like if you went out on Nextdoor, Facebook, any social media, people did not like the split carts. They hated them. So when it came time to make a decision about what we were going to do, because under state law, we were mandated to make some changes. And so the presentations that came to us, I mean, what was so hard was because we had relationships with with certain groups over the years, and because of the mandates, the changes that were being made, unfortunately, like a facility that would allow us to be able to process garbage right here in Santa Clara with Mission Trail was not going to be available for several years, like in time for these changes to take place in state law. And so I know how hard it was to think about the residents, the costs. How is this going to impact the city in terms of costs? And it was a real hard decision to make, but ultimately choosing green waste to haul the garbage and create new contracts with them was ultimately the best thing to do, because the split cart program was not a viable way for Santa Clarans to dispose of their garbage. So I have a couple of questions. I mean, I'm just kind of remembering, and please correct me, Craig or Dave, if I'm wrong in any of that. But I do have a question. I mean, we were just talking about water and the rates. Does the city make any money off of the charges or that are passed on, or that the residents or the businesses are charged? Does the city make money off of that, or is it spread equally like it is with water rates?
I'm going to call on the city manager.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. We are not, under the law, we're not allowed to make any revenue. We are just allowed to cover our cost as well as the service cost that is under contract. I do, if you allow me, just a couple of questions. I do want to acknowledge that, as staff has provided, that we were, the council deliberated on the rate increases earlier and was presented that information as the decision was made for eliminating the split cart. At the time we provided numbers in December for Mission Trails, we're not real clear, Councilmember Shahal, on how you're calculating the rates for Mission Trails, whether you have new information or what the basis is. And I know that Manuel has additional questions that he may want to kick in as well, but there's perhaps if you could spend some time bridging from how you got from the December numbers to the numbers that you're providing. Manuel, I know you have additional questions.
Thank you, Deanna. Manuel Pineda, Assistant City Manager. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Shahal. Some additional clarification would be helpful. As Craig mentioned during the presentation, and kind of we've been clear through the entire process, that there was going to be an increase under both scenarios, whether it's split cart or whether we went to a mixed waste processing. And that varied depending on the use, but as the previous slide showed what the 3-year increases would be for each one. With the council direction, we did not finalize negotiations for Mission Trails Waste Systems to provide a split cart. So we had those general numbers in 2019 that showed that about that 14% difference over a 3-year period for two. So I was just interested to better understand how the rates that you have on your presentation were developed for future years. Because as you know, we did those negotiations.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Want to give you an opportunity to talk about your numbers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So, as for Mission Trails, they hiked the rate by 6% on their 1920 rates. And they offered, if they want to go split bin, their rate will be hiked by 8% instead of 6%. And that's what I'm taking. I took an additional 2% on the annualized, on the basis for the split bin. And that additional 2% is only $65,961 compared to what we have right now on the 2020-21 rate. And the rate for GWR are there as is, like they were already there. So the rate by Mission Trail was only from 6 to 8% if we use split bin, and that's a known fact. That was a known fact, and that's how I calculated these rates basically. That's the difference of 65,000 annually from Mission Trail versus $2.4 million paying to the GWR for this. Yeah. Is that right or no?
I would look to our Public Works Director or to Garth, our consultant, in terms of if the 2% assumption.
So, yeah, so this is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. So, yes, City Manager and Assistant City Manager, we ceased negotiations with Mission Trail Waste Systems based on the numbers that were shown. We know there was increases. We also know there was processing costs associated with it. I think there was also some assumptions on Councilmember Chahal's costs showed in landfill that showed that would not go down. So there's definitely discrepancies. We look at those to see how it was calculated because we don't know. We just saw it for the first time today.
Yes, I agree. On the landfill, I do agree, because you mentioned the green waste would have reduced the landfill. So that around 300K addition, I'm okay with that. Even if we add that 300K, we are still a difference of $2.1 million, which residents are paying more using green waste. Even if
just if I can add, so that's we had always been very clear in December that yes, green waste was a little bit more expensive than the split cart. That was very transparent. It was transparent with the public. It was transparent at all the meetings. We showed that in the presentation today, what those percentages. And Dave showed what the single family rate increases were going to be with the charges, $6, $7, $10 a month. So that's, yes, that is the information that we've always showed and that we're showing tonight.
Can I ask you, I'd like to interrupt if you don't mind. Councilmember Chahal, can you explain to us what are you proposing?
So Mayor Gilmore, I'm not proposing. I'm basically mentioning that we are asking our residents to pay multi-million dollars. Like in 15 years, our residents will pay $37 million more as a garbage fee. In today's dollar, $37 million if we go with green waste. So what I'm proposing is, if possible, the residential part of the garbage disposal should be moved back to split bin so that our residents don't pay $2.1 million extra every year. And the contract is GWR contract is based on per ton. We can do that. Like we will not send that, and that's not the majority of the garbage which is going to GWR. So I'm not proposing. I'm proposing that we should pay money to our residents And this is a way we can save money to our residents, multi-million-dollar money to our residents. And let me also clarify something, Madam Mayor, about the majority of the split bin customers who were on the pilot run approved the split bin with little bit of modifications, which Mission Trail agreed. And other people like, oh, split bins are really bad. Split bins are really bad. Think of it. If you want to go and survey on Tesla, if you ask people who are driving Tesla, they say, oh, we approve Tesla. And people who did not ever touch Tesla, and they say, no, we don't like Tesla. So who you will believe more? The people who already driven Tesla, or people who never drove Tesla and they say, no, that Tesla is not a good. I just took an example of a car, basically. So in this scenario, majority of our residents who were using split bins have approved. The survey results show that. They were in for split bins with some modifications, which Mission Trail was ready to do it.
Okay.
So even now, I don't think we are far away. We should be going back to split bin for our residents. And look at what Milpitas is doing, Sunnyvale is doing. There are other cities which are using split bin.
Okay, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Chahal, I'm sorry to interrupt you because you're going on about the split bin. I know that you were at the public hearing when we decided not to go the split bin and others. Let me ask the city attorney, if we were to do the split bin now, can you tell us, please, what the consequences would be for the city of Santa Clara?
I'm not really sure what we mean by switching to split bin now.
I guess dissolving the contract that we have?
Let's just start with the Brown Act first. We're here to talk about a rate increase, not about changing the contracts. So I don't think the Brown Act would allow you to make such a motion today. And I think we're kind of out there in terms of even discussing it. It sounds like the council member would like to, at some point, have the council entertain a motion to intentionally breach the contract with Green Waste because you decided now you don't want to do that. That's a problem, and I'd like to advise the council about, I guess if we're going to seriously consider that, I'd like to have the opportunity to advise the council in closed session about the possible consequences of something like that. The other difficulty with this suddenly expounded upon proposal is I don't know whether the council member is suggesting that we now award a no bid contract to Mission Trail for something that they never competed on. That's also a problem. So, but again, I don't really want to get into too much discussion of it because it's from a Brown Act standpoint, that's not what the public was expecting to hear tonight in terms of the rate increase.
Thank you.
And there might be a lot of public interest in both these issues that I think it would be fair to have the public have notice of and be able to come and comment on.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councilmember Chahal, are you proposing that we enter into a contract with Mission Trail for the split bins? Is that what you're proposing?
Madam Mayor, I'm proposing that we should be making a good judgment for our residents, how we can fix this unjustified, fiscally unresponsible hike to our residents. And if we have to postpone this item for next meeting, I'm okay with it. By that time, the city attorney can look at the contracts and to the best of my knowledge, I'm not an attorney. I looked at the contract. The contract is as per the tonnage. Whatever tonnage we give them, they charge us the rate as per the tonnage. There is no demarcation of residential, commercial, that you have to give us all the business. It's as per the tonnage. But yeah, I don't want to discuss that in detail. Bring back and let's save our residents multi-million dollars on these contracts. And with the current scenario, I will not be supporting the motion to increase the garbage rates, which is not justified and not fiscally sound.
Mayor, this is Manuel Pinelli. If I just want to add one note real quick, if that's okay.
I just want to, if you could just hold off for 1 minute, because I just want to know if he wants us, Councilmember Chahal, do you want us to terminate the contract with green waste. And if that's so, is there any other member of the council that wants to support that? To put it on the agenda?
No.
I'm just asking because that is something that is going to potentially be very expensive and problematic. But I'm just trying to dig down into what the issues are, because we had a public hearing. Unfortunately, you were on the side that didn't prevail for the split cart. After hours of testimony, many outreaches, surveys, community discussions, the council made that decision 6 months ago or longer, 6 months ago at least. And to revisit that would cost us issues. I want to know if there's support on the council for your proposal. That's what I'm asking.
Madam Mayor, I'm not breaching the contract. I am not for breaching the contract. I'm saying the existing contract, we can still continue with that contract, but only diverting the residential garbage towards a source separation. That's it. And the contract does specify, because the contract is not specifying where the garbage is coming from. The contract is how much garbage is coming, and they will be sorting that out accordingly as per the tonnage. So I'm not saying that we should be coming out of that contract, out of it. No, I'm not saying that.
I just want to clarify, I don't believe that to be the case. Not using that contract like you're suggesting, but I'll defer to the city attorney and what he said previously. It's a whole different discussion.
Okay. And the second thing which I'm mentioning is, when this thing was presented to us, we were mentioning around $4.4 million annual appropriation for green waste. And now we are appropriating $8.9 million every year. So our numbers have gone double for green waste recovery budget, basically. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's not correct. All the numbers that we showed in December and all the rate increases have been consistent. They're consistent what was noticed for this public hearing, and they're consistent with what we presented today.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the city attorney one more time, because I think what I've heard, Councilmember Chahal, is you want to reopen the contract and renegotiate the contract. You've read the contract. You want to do all that. City attorney, if we make any changes to the contract, would we be breaching the contract?
Well, I'm very hesitant with the surprising turn in the discussion. I believe that there's a potential, and I really would like not to discuss that in public until I have a better idea of what we're talking about. But it does sound like if we were to even divert some of the bulk, the residential waste that's going to green waste now, we'd still have to do something with it. I mean, someone else would have to pick it up if green waste is not picking it up. And so we'd have to, and we'd have to do something with it at that point. So we would at least be talking about giving a no-bid contract to Mission Trail to do something else, if that's what the council member is suggesting. And again, I'm very hesitant to even discuss that right now, because the Brown Act doesn't really allow for us to go into that kind of a discussion.
Mayor?
Yes, city manager.
I would like for our Public Works Director to just be very clear, because I am concerned what has been put on the record around the presentation that was made by Councilmember Chahal around the figures. And just given that where this discussion has led to with putting in at concern the contracts and the quality of the numbers, I'd like for just to be very clear, Craig, if you could, on the numbers, so that the record is super clear on the rates and the numbers and how they differ from what Councilmember Chahal said. I don't want the point that you just stated to be lost in the minutes, because clearly we may be returning to this conversation.
Well, what I had said was we do not have any contracts or any costs any agreements on any split cart programs. So the numbers that are shown for Mission Trail Way System that were shown for a split cart, we have not finalized any negotiations on those. They've showed some discrepancies on landfill costs that would be reduced, which is not the case. So those are the main things with seeing numbers for the first time today regarding costs that have never even been discussed recently.
Mayor, this is Manuel Pineda. I do want to just add one more note because I think it's important.
Thank you, Manuel.
You know, we've had a lot of meetings on this, and I do want to give credit for staff because I think it was that other way. As we did the outreach, and then we did additional outreach because the decision on the split card and mixed processing was a significant one, that staff, as part of all the survey work that they did and as part of all the outreach that they did in fact state that there would be a difference in cost between the split card and the mixed waste processing and what the delta would be. And those numbers that were presented as part of that outreach are consistent with the numbers that you're seeing today. So I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't lost. As you know, Dave and his group had to go back out there multiple times. In some cases, people who were unhappy, in some cases that they were, but they were very clear that one was more costly than the other. They provided those percentages, and those percentages are consistent with what you're seeing today.
Thank you. I just want to say that the council made a decision on this 6 or more months ago. The contract was signed. It's signed. Councilmember Chahal sounds like he wants us to change it. It may be a breach because we're not really discussing the legal issues of this, but it may be a breach. And that would be giving a no bid contract to Mission Trail. And if I don't hear any support for Councilmember Chahal's proposal, I'd like to move on to what this item is actually about, and that's about the fees. So I have a lot of council comments, and then I have a few members of the public that would like to speak on this as well. So I'd really, unless there's any support from the rest of the council, I'd like to move forward on the proposed rates. So I'm going to call on Councilmember Debbie Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just very frustrated right now because it just seems that when we get to these meetings and then there's a renegotiation on the dais, it's just totally wrong. And I agree with the city attorney. We can't be doing this at the 11th hour again. And I trust the ability in our staff. They are professional. They know the numbers. We went through this. We signed a contract. So the fact that this is even happening is so frustrating to me. I just can't even begin to tell you. So I know it has to go through public hearing. I would like to make the motion for staff recommendation, sign off on this, and move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. I appreciate that Councilmember Chahal is looking out for the fiscal well-being of the city and the community. And the problem is first of all, as the city attorney pointed out, we have a lot of Brown Act issues potentially here. And with I'll confess, with the variety of things that we have going on, I don't remember all the details now to know whether the numbers that Councilmember Chahal has put in, into his presentation. I think it would take us all a little bit of time to find that. I know that we were told that it was going to be more expensive, and I think at the time, in the interest of meeting the environmental goals and the fact that there were still a lot of people who were expressing dissatisfaction with the cart. So that was part of what fueled our response, but maybe this is something that I'm sure Dave or Craig can answer. I thought that one of the things that was going to happen was that Mission Trails was still going to be picking up the garbage. It was just that it was going to be processed by Green Waste Recovery. Did I misunderstand that?
That's correct. You stated is correct.
Okay, so Mission Trails is still, so they will still be doing the more commercial, the multifamily, and all of that. It was just that they did not have a means. They obviously have a means of picking up the garbage. They just did not have a means within the next few years to process the garbage in a way that would meet the ever kind of growing requirements from the state in terms of keeping organics and other waste from landfill. I mean, that's what, as I recall, that ultimately was the driver, was meeting the requirements of the law. Because like I said, I'm one of the people who was kind of not, I really do try to keep my mind open until I get to the meeting and hear everything. And then at that meeting, when I was hearing that with the split carts, we were still having to do a lot of off-site sorting, and we were having the contamination issue because of the difficulty of the processing of recyclables and organics. So that ultimately that issue of being able to comply with the law. And as I said, I don't like paying any more for any service than I have to either. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that it wasn't so much who was picking up the garbage, it was the processing of the garbage once it leaves our homes and goes off to whether it's Zanker Road or the facility in San Jose or wherever it was going. You are correct.
You stated as correct.
Okay. So I don't, at this point, I don't know if the numbers that Councilmember Shahal has provided, because like I said, I haven't looked at any of this in that detail since that December meeting or whenever the contract came to us. So I mean, the numbers are a little jarring to look at that. But I'm not in a position to know whether and this is no insult or of Councilmember Shahal. It's just that at this point, I don't know, I'd have to sit down with him and go through and say, okay, where'd you pull this number? Where'd you get it? Because he's talking about, he's made a number of assumptions and made some extrapolations on his own. So I don't have a way to verify the basis of the numbers that he's got in there. So what I'm thinking is, and I don't know, maybe the city attorney or Craig or Manuel can advise that if the rates are approved and if there's some way that we find based on the, like the Councilmember Shahal made a reference to that the contract wasn't, and once again, I apologize that I'm a little fuzzy on this now, that the fact that we do have a contract in place for many services with Mission Trails, that if the contract with Green Waste wasn't a fixed, kind of a fixed price or an exclusive for the processing, perhaps there are adjustments that could be made. But I think at this point, we probably need to get the rate increases in place. And if there's interest in re-examining some of those numbers, but I don't see that we've got that. I don't have enough of that data in front of me now to know.
Yeah, and well, I just want to be clear that the numbers that he showed was an increase for the mixed waste processing with green waste, which is correct. That's what we've shown, because that's more expensive than the split cart. So yes, we've talked about that. It is more expensive. That's what we've elected to do with the contracts. The contracts are signed. We, have capacity that waste is providing us. I don't think we can go back on those contracts. We do not have a contract with Mission Trail Waste Systems for split carts. That is not what we negotiated. So there is no contract for that.
Right. So you would still have to, at that point, you would have to renegotiate what they would charge to sort it at instead of taking it to Green Waste facility, if they took it to a Mission Trails facility.
And then you'd be renegotiating with Green Waste. I guarantee you they would have a lot to say about that based on our contract.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think it's really unfortunate that questions are being raised about the numbers right now, but we have to answer them. So anyway, City Attorney?
Yeah, one issue that Councilmember O'Neill raised was the idea of approving the rates now, and the rates are based on Green Waste contracts, so that if we were to approve the rates now and then negotiate lower actual costs somehow, theoretically, I'm not really sure we could do that, but then we'd really have a problem under 218, because then we would be charging for more than what we're spending. So I don't think that's a good idea to have the idea in mind that you will impose rates that you will then reduce the cost for. The second thing I would really like to say, and I have had a tremendous amount of experience in procurement issues and negotiating big contracts like this in the city of San Jose, and I've seen several cycles of their solid waste contracts go through. The only real pricing that you get that's reliable pricing is after a competitive bid. Anybody can generate numbers based upon what we think something would cost, based upon things that people are telling us. But I have to remind the council that at one point during that whole discussion, we did offer the council the possibility, including Councilmember Chahal, of just doing an RFP at that point. And that's not what people wanted to do. There were people that wanted to award contracts directly to Mission Trail without a bid. And it sounds like that's what we're talking about again. And I just could not, as your city attorney, recommend doing that at this point. So that if you were to somehow try to revise, and I agree with Director Mobeck that it's really not subject to I really don't like talking about it, but I just don't think the idea of taking a huge chunk of Green Waste contract out of the contract is something worth looking at this point as a cost-saving measure, because I think there could be a lot of other costs attached to trying to change horses in midstream here. So I understand the council's desire to be as economical as possible, but given the path that the council and the policy choice that you made in December, I just think you're in a situation where you've got to just proceed with that choice. That was the public policy that was discussed at the time. And if you want to discuss it further, I suppose you could put it on a new agenda, but I just really don't think that exploring that policy choice at this council meeting for these particular rates is really something that's fair to the public to do, given what the notice they had about this issue.
Thank you, City Attorney. I just think that I really, really don't want the public having bad numbers out there. And Councilmember Chahal had submitted some numbers to us this evening. And I think it's important that the residents and our public knows that, we all did our homework, and our staff presented us with reports during the time that we selected the providers that we selected 6 months ago. So I think for the integrity of the staff and the process, I really think we should bring this back and get the numbers clarified and confirmed, because I just don't want those bad numbers out there. Because it's just like anything else. They'll become, fact in different documents and with different people at different times. And I'd really like to bring back the integrity of our process, what we did, and really really for the integrity of our staff and our numbers. So I know we have a meeting on the 7th. I'm asking if we could bring this back, because I think that there's so much that's been thrown out tonight, unverified, don't know where it came from, but it's completely different from the opinion of our staff, so, which is our professional staff who provided us with documentation years ago. So I think we have, you know.
Mayor?
Yes, city manager.
We are going to be getting the July 7th packet out this Thursday due to the 4th of July holiday. Is it possible to come back on July 14th?
I'm asking you. I'd say yes. I want to make sure that this has integrity, it's transparent, and it's accurate. And I can't say, you know, that based on what's been presented tonight, not on the staff side, but Councilmember Chahal. So I want to make sure that those numbers that he presented are verified. I think it's that important. Can we hold off our approval of the, I know we'll have to re-notice the public hearing. Hold off our approval, or do we still move ahead? I'm asking council.
I would move forward with the action on tonight's agenda, and we'll come back with an information memo explaining what our concerns are with the numbers that have been presented.
Well, just want them confirmed and clarified. Okay.
So,
yes, city attorney?
are you suggesting that you not enact the rates tonight?
Well, city manager said it's important that we move ahead with the public hearing on the rates, but I want those numbers brought back.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At that meeting. Okay.
We can prepare an info memo.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for everything that you just said, Mayor Gilmore. I concur 100% that this needs to be brought back. A lot of a lot of numbers were thrown out there, and I saw it circulated even in my community with no bearings, and I think that the public is due they're due to have the proper information shared with them, and as well as our staff. Our staff, we know how hard our staff works, and they need to have the opportunity to be able to go back and be able to present a memorandum like the city manager just suggested. I think it's a great idea. However, Mayor, because, I mean, like with the water, I understand the concern about the cost. Is it possible, if we need to vote on approving the rates tonight, could we extend or like stagger the cost over 6 months or 3 months or something? Split it up over 6 months, and so that residents that are concerned about the cost, that it's not as much of a big impact at once, and then or could we hold off implementing the rates for another 3 months? I'm just proposing that if one of those could possibly work. That's all. Thank you.
Well, that's an option, and you can also make that a motion at the time, and that may fit in well with us approving something with, you know, the questions about our data out there and the integrity of our numbers. So so that might fit right in there.
If I can make a motion, if I can make it into a motion, then I'm happy to make it a motion that the council.
I'll hold off on that. I'll call on you after we close our public hearing. I'll call on you.
And I'd like to just.
Yes, city attorney.
Well, because these rates were published as, and there was a protest period for specific rates on a specific timeline. I'm a little bit concerned about changing that vis-a-vis the 218 vote that we had, the 218 protest procedure that we had. So I'd really like to understand what exactly the the modification would be to the rates.
Okay, we'll go through.
I am concerned.
Yes.
I am concerned too in terms of a fund analysis on how this fund would manage under phased increases and what the impact to the fund would be. If you're interested in doing a phase-in plan, then what you should also be interested in is the health of the fund and over time over that 6 months. What I would not want is to jeopardize the fund and then have to look at the general fund to backfill or do a short-term loan or anything like that, just given the previous discussion on budget. So without any fund analysis, I have a lot of concerns.
Well, certainly if we delayed, it's going to affect our general fund. I mean, there's no question. But I know that we are in a pandemic and people are suffering. And I mean, it's going to be a decision of the council. So I think that we should go through and see what interest there is. And maybe we don't take action tonight. Maybe we do that fund analysis. I know, staff. Maybe we do that fund analysis and come back. But let's see where the interest lies on the council at this point. Okay? So Kathy, I'll come back to you. Going now to, and I have a number of public people as well. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your idea that we should bring this topic back in July, and that way we have the full picture about the GWR contract and also the rates which I offered. So let me go back to the meeting. There were options given on December 10th meeting. If we choose residential, we had those rates from the Mission Trail. That's how the option one was. Option one was, what will Mission Trail charge us if we go back? So saying that my rates are inaccurate is not correct. I'm not blaming staff, but if we came up with those options, option one and option B, we had those rates. What will Mission Trail will charge with split card? And those are the rates which I took basically. 2% hike, and those were the rates I took.
So
I would suggest the council, whole council, to save millions of dollars to our residents. Let's bring this whole agenda, we continue this item and bring it back on July 7th or July 13th and verify my numbers. I'm okay with it. Like if the numbers are wrong, I will stand corrected, and I already corrected. The landfill rates, which Mr. Craig mentioned that they are discounted because of green waste, I stand corrected on that. But on the other one, the Mission Trail rates, I'm pretty sure the rates are 2% hike when we go split car. And that's how it was presented to us during the December.
Councilmember Chahal, thank you. I think any savings that you may say the city may have, we will lose plus more in lawsuits when we breach the contract of green waste. So anyways, I'm not interested more in that. That decision's already been made. Contracts have already been signed. I'm only talking about the rate increase, and what Councilmember Watanabe brought up was a potential of delay in implementing those rates. So, Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. I would be interested in, and I understand the issue about the rates, but getting some more information from staff. And, perhaps we need to, because as the city manager said, we just had a big discussion about the general fund. So in a way, once again, this could almost end up being the shell game. If we don't raise the garbage rate, then the general fund will have to backfill that. And so then when we look at whether we have to do something like cut money out of other programs, because so there's kind of like a definite universe of the money. And so if it doesn't come from the garbage, it has to come someplace else. So that's a difficulty. But, I would be more interested in looking at, we do have programs in our electric utility. If they're, and I understand, everybody's hurting these days. If we needed to find some other way to do some other kind of assistance or something like that, you know, we have programs in the city right now that we've been promoting for those who haven't been particularly hit by COVID. You know, whether they make donations or whatever. I mean, I would like to look at those options rather than perhaps staggering rate increases just because like I said, I think we could be robbing Peter to pay Paul and then have to pay, you know, somebody else on top of that based on some of the contractual implications.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. All right, I'm now going to go to the public that has been waiting patiently now. We're going to start with Cliff Burnett.
Mayor, Cliff needed to leave, but he left a letter he'd like for me to read into the record.
Okay, go ahead.
So his name is Clifford Burnett. Rates I am protesting. Solid waste rates as per Table 7 of Santa Clara City Notice. I completely disagree with the City Council's scheduled increase for the utility rates as proposed for residential customers of Santa Clara. There are many reasons why these costs should not be increased at the rate proposed. For example, there have been rate increases each year for approximately 10 years that exceed inflation cost and/or cost of living adjustments. The year 2020 is the worst percentage increase over the years. For the residential customer, Super Saver 20-gallon garbage cart, whose goal it is to reduce landfill, will realize close to a 70% increase in garbage cost. This cost increase is considerable above the inflation rate for 2019-2020 of 2% maximum. It should be noted the proposed garbage rate actually incentivizes the larger 96-gallon cart refuse producers when compared to the Super Saver 20-gallon customer, or approximately 30% versus 70% increased cost. Incentivizing the greater refuse producer for landfill seems totally contrary to the City of Santa Clara plan to reduce landfill and cost. There must be other ways to reduce cost. Incentivize customers to reduce refuse and reduce garbage pickup on a bi-monthly basis. This proposal rate increase needs to be returned to committee for additional analysis to determine a better process to mitigate the cost to manage the solid waste rate cost. End of comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. John Brooks, is John on the line? Mr. Brooks?
I'm here.
Oh, here you, yeah, thank you, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you. The first thing I'd like to say is just from the rate option was, I would like to know what other alternatives are looked at in negotiating this contract, because it doesn't seem like we really, or the city really didn't look at renegotiation of their expense to green waste. And then the second comment I have is for the rate hike as far as household bills at a 48% average increase, whether it's your cable, your Wi-Fi, your cell phone, or your car insurance. I don't think a lot of citizens or residents of the city would accept a 48% rate hike over that term.
Thank you very much. We'll have staff respond to the questions after. And again, I want to reiterate the need to get accurate numbers. All right, Lav Jonovakic? Lav, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. I would like to just voice my support for the action to not vote. And I just want to say that as a citizen, I feel like, you know, raising 70% is quite a big number. And I would really appreciate it if you guys would, you know, respect the fact that, you know, that prices are always going up for things and a lot of people are struggling, and you guys want to raise the price of trash 70% to solve a problem that's, I guarantee you, is not even going to get solved. Like, I'm listening to this panel talk and I'm hearing you guys, you know, argue about this and that. And, you know, it doesn't seem like any of you are really committed to finding a solution to this problem. I feel like you guys are just, trying to get it done, trying to find, get something that looks good and sounds good. And I would ask you to please find a way to not raise the prices by 70% and solve the problem. I mean, it seems like, you guys really just don't have regard for how much residents have to pay. And I would just like to ask you to please consider to, find a better solution. I'm listening to this and I'm just angry. This is just insane how you guys communicate on this panel. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Lav. And again, he mentioned 70%. So I'd like staff to respond to that. First we had 45 and now 70. Okay, next we have Shirag. Shirag, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay, so a couple of things, I was listening to this thing, throughout, right? So seems like, the contract been executed and probably, city council didn't have the appropriate details, maybe. So the other thing is, one thing I noticed in one of the presentation was Mission Trail is taking over billing services, which is about 6% something. So what does this mean for city overhead, right? So that's one thing. Second thing is split cart failure, right? Why it failed? Have you done any analysis on that? So is it due to awareness or training issues or anything? Or have you considered, if they are not using it properly, have you considered giving them some notices or imposing some fine or something, right? The other thing is have you explored what other cities are doing compared to what Santa Clara is going to do, right? So, and other thing is the contract, right? So this is surprising for me to hear that there is no other way out. So this is first time I'm hearing. I've been in this contract negotiation, all that for more than 20 years. And this is first time I'm hearing. So I think other thing I would like to get more the survey results of the split card. So where is this survey results posted on the city website or somewhere so we can take a look at it? What and how many residents were part of the pilot program? That's all.
Thank you very much. Suds Jain. Mr. Jain?
Yes, I just need to see the pop-up for unmuting.
Oh, thank you. Well, welcome.
Seems odd to me that the council can sign contracts that commit residents to a 48% rate increase without a public hearing first. And if a public hearing on a rate increase like tonight's is required, then I would expect that there should be a safety clause in the contract if such a rate increase were to fail at the public hearing. So I'm surprised there's no safety clause in the contract. Finally, I'm sorry that I don't recall the specifics from the December meeting, but I'm wondering about if there are penalties if the source separation from the split carts doesn't generate a sufficiently clean organic stream, or that landfill diversion percentages don't meet the required percentages per SB 1383. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Rochelle Fernandez. Rochelle? Rochelle?
Hi there.
Hi, Rochelle.
Hi, yes, I'm on. Yeah, hi. Thanks for the opportunity to ask the question. So first of all, thank you for reinstating the annual cleanup, because for those of us who've been KonMariing the house instead of getting antsy, I think it's a very welcome relief. Secondly, Kathy Watanabe made a point during her comments about Chahal's analysis and regarding sort of pilot and everything. But what I wanted to, one point of Chahal's that I wanted to reinforce was the point he made about if people knew that it would cost them $9 million, maybe they'd actually like this split bin system. And, he asked the question, I don't think it was ever answered. He asked the question, were people made aware that your survey result, if you choose this way, it costs $9 million more. If you choose this way, it won't. That was one question that was never answered. Secondly, I think, I also want to reinforce another thing that Chahal mentioned, which was he said something about we don't need to cancel the contract. There's some stipulation in there about staggering sort of their business. I think that needs to be explored a little bit more between staff when you guys take this sort of, back to the drawing board, so to speak. I don't think he's saying to cancel the contract. I think he's saying that there is a loophole in there that needs to be explored further. Let's see. With that, okay, my question then is like logistically, what does this mean exactly for us? Does this mean, that now I need a bigger garbage can, and so I have to, to the point of somebody who had written in saying that we're getting people who generate more garbage, are that kind of behavior is being encouraged. Is that the model we're moving to? Am I going to need a bigger garbage can? Is there going to be no blue can anymore? Is it all going to be one?
Okay, Rochelle, we'll try to answer that with staff. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, number 4907. Welcome. 4907?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, this is Anthony Becker, a resident of Santa Clara. So I supported the split bin. I'm like Councilmember Hardy. I didn't like the split bin option at first, but after you see the savings, I thought, this is a better option. I was also complying with state law, but, what happened, happened. But I think with these tough times, it would have been a better way. Just like you said, Mayor Gilmore, with the water rates increasing and everybody being at home, it's becoming harder and harder on people. And I'm a resident and a renter. I don't own property, but I pay utilities with my roommates. And every dollar these days is counting. And like I said, lots of us are struggling, and 60% of Santa Clarans are renters. And during this time, the middle class is drowning, as well as those of low income. When it came down to education, we could have educated people on this, on how to separate our garbage, from before. When I was with you, Mayor Gilmore, and Councilmember O'Neill, handing out face masks, we educated the public. And that's something we should have done, I think, in the past, too, to educate our public on these things. I commend Councilmember Chahal's efforts on trying to be fiscally responsible and look out for our residents. But from my point of view, I can see how all of your feelings are what is right for Santa Clara and what's right for residents. I hear it on all sides. So, I feel Santa Clarans have adapted to this, and I think they can take on new tasks. But in all compromising, I'd like to, see what Councilmember Watanabe said about staggering, to kind of support the thesis of cost savings for Councilmember Chahal, or what you said, Mayor Gilmore, about continuing this, because I think we're all so passionate about this, but, it comes down to what's fiscally conservative, and I would like to see that as a goal-setting mission to maybe even setting the rates for the next round to maybe what we do adapt to split bin in the future. I just like how you guys are very passionate and are trying to figure out the best way to support our residents in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. AJ Pal Chahal, you're next. Welcome.
I just want to tell this council that we should stop playing politics here. We're in a recession right now, and you want to have double-digit rate increases for garbage utilities. That's very out of touch. The mayor suggested to check Councilmember Chahal's data. That's fine, but then vote after you check that data. If you actually care about the veracity of that data, why don't you postpone this vote until you know everything? I see a lot of politics, a lot of political talk on here, and not enough talks on the issues. Councilmember Chahal never once suggested breaching the contract, yet this council put words in his mouth and said he's trying to do that. Then Mayor Gilmore went on to tell the council that Councilmember Chahal thinks that canceling the contracts will be more expensive than what he's suggesting, without any numbers or reasoning to support your claims. It seems like this council doesn't value when a council member does its homework and digs into the data. What the council is doing here is you're twisting survey data and trying to suggest that the split bins don't work and residents like them. You know what the residents won't like? They won't like paying $8 million more each year. Remember that your job is for the residents, and it's not to play politics over here and to try to show off that you're able to make these big decisions. Remember that your decisions tonight are gonna impact residents during a recession for many, many more years to come. So please grow up. Let's not be immature here, and let's talk about the issues and stop playing politics. Let's not make our residents pay $8 million more each year because of politics.
Thank you. Adolfo Garcia, you're next. Welcome.
Adolfo would like me to read his letter he submitted.
Okay, very good.
In reviewing carefully the 24th April 2020 letter to the city's Deputy Director of Public Works from R3 Consulting, I found R3's statement from the letter. R3's modeled projections of increased contract costs and needed rate revenues have been cited in prior city staff reports and presentations to council, demonstrating projected increases of approximately 58% over 3 years and over 23% in fiscal year 2020-21. As completely unreasonable, no business can remain in business if its costs over a 3-year period rise by that amount. I suggest the city challenge significantly R3 Consulting's assessment. Furthermore, the city's proposed increases when compared to surrounding communities in the county are 26% to 37.3% higher than the average 32-gallon containers. This is completely unreasonable given the level of service and the current economic situation. In looking more closely at the Table 1 of the attachments, cost burden is borne substantially by owners of single-family residences, duplexes, and townhomes. I further suggest to the council to challenge R3 Consulting's findings based on its models, garbage in, garbage out, no pun intended. If necessary, have an independent second opinion assessment performed. B, direct the city manager to pursue an alternative providers for solid waste and recycling services for I suspect monopolistic rates, fees behavior from Mission Trail Systems, Recology, South Bay, Green Waste Recovery, and Newbie Island Landfill and Recyclery. C, if the suggestion in B is not tenable, direct the city manager to coordinate with surrounding communities to develop a long-range plan to insource the service. Since the city already owns all its own power generation, there's nothing to prevent it from doing so with respect to solid waste and recycling. Thank you for accepting this letter in protest to the proposed 2020-2021 solid waste rate increases. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker we have is Habir Bhatia. Welcome, Habir.
Hi, Mayor Gilmore and all the council members and staff. Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you. I know there's a lot of passion in the call, and there are a lot of people that put a lot of hard work. I just want to make sure the staff knows that as we're listening, none of us feel that you have done anything incorrect. I just think this is a great opportunity to explore the different data points that we have, and that's the whole point of having great people come together, put their brains together, and see different points of view, and hopefully find different ways to look at a problem and see if there are chances that things could be made better. And I think that's what's really going on today. And I really want us to be reminded that this should be ultimately the objective, that let's do what's right at the end of the day and not worry about, hey, did I see the same numbers or not? Because we know, especially now, the times being as difficult they are, we really need to work the extra mile. And I really cannot commend Raj Chahal as so much. He's done an amazing job to bring this data forward, but that doesn't mean that it's a negation of any of the staff's work. I think it's just a matter of looking at something that we might not have explored. So my request is to please wait and let's see if we can find a better solution. Maybe there is a better solution or things we haven't considered. I don't think we lose anything, because otherwise, what are we really voting on today? If the goal is to vote on a rate hike, that means there's a chance to say yes or no. If the answer is no, what does that mean? That means we have to come back to the drawing table. So therefore, let's do the right thing and allow the opportunity to review the data and come back and really see if there's a way to get a better number from the company, or if there's an opportunity for us to find a better company to do that or a better solution. As the other caller said, I've been doing contracts for almost 20 years myself, and we always, try to build in clauses where we have the opportunity to revisit numbers. So I hope we can do that, and everybody really gets to the bottom of it to do what's best for the community.
Thank you. Do we have any other public members here in the House or anything else? Okay. I'm going to ask the city staff if they'd like to answer some of those questions, but I just want to point out from what I heard from our public speakers, I heard opposition to 48% increase in rates, 45% increase in rates, 70% increase in rates, costing the public $8 million more, costing the public $9 million more. I just want to emphasize that the numbers that were thrown out by my fellow council member, they're all over the board. So that's why I really want to make sure that our staff has an opportunity to professionally respond to the numbers that have been thrown out, because the numbers, none of these things are accurate. And so we want to make sure that we get the accurate numbers on all of these things, so our public isn't confused by everything that was thrown out today. And the fact that the speakers had all those different percentages and amounts shows that now there's, we don't have integrity in numbers. So city staff, if you wouldn't mind answering some of the questions that were out there.
Mayor,
Yes.
Yes, I will start, and then I will defer to Craig and Manuel and our consultant guards. I just want to back up and clarify for the residents and some of the questions, in that our timeline this has been a process in place for about 2 years, and it started when the pilot food scraps program was put in place. And that time we were undergoing a community engagement. We were doing surveys online, as well as putting out information and receiving input. The survey results were presented on January 30th, 2018 and October 9th, 2019. And those are available online where staff made a presentation as well as provided a PowerPoint. I know that was a question in terms of when the data was provided. At the time that we ventured upon this process, there was a key point in time where we advised the council that strategically the city had a lot of leverage, and that we had time to do a competitive bid process, and that or we could go into direct negotiations. And what's key about that is because what we did is we surveyed the surrounding region to see how rate increases had been faring based on competitive procurement processes. And what we found is that the rates were very high, and that we felt through negotiations we could get better rates. And all of that is a matter of public information in terms of what the competitive rates were yielding through a procurement process. We also knew we had leverage through direct negotiations at that time because we had sufficient time to do an RFP, and that if we were not successful in getting lower rates through a negotiated process than a competitive process would yield, then we could immediately go to the market and test the market and complete the RFP. So we were able to bring back the pricing, show that through the direct negotiations, the price increases were lower than what the surrounding regions were from a procurement process, as well as still kept the city pretty benchmarked at a reasonable rate. And so I say that because as the conversation has surrounded around going back to negotiations or going out for RFPs or speaking with vendors, these are not, garbage contracts are not that kind of contract where they're discussions that can be completed within a week or two. As I mentioned here, we've been at this for a year. These are very complex negotiations as well as pricing. I do want to also acknowledge that the December 19th report did have the rates. We did have a lot of disclosure around the rates, and there was community awareness around them. We put the information out through our usual channels. And so I just want to leave it at that and pass it over to Craig, and just added that context because it seems to perhaps not been aware as part of our speakers were offering their comments. Craig?
Yeah, thank you, Deanna. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. Mayor, and yes, there was numerous percentages thrown around by various people. So I just want to go back to what was discussed today in terms of what single-family rates are going up by. And what we saw is single-family rates are going up by 20 to 23% for this fiscal year. So that has been consistent. They're not going up 70%, 80%, 60%. All the presentation material was very consistent in terms of what they're going up by. In terms of what we've always talked about when we've come to council was we look at rates we're looking at them over a 3-year period. And when we analyzed all the options over the 3-year period, what we saw was rates were going up, like we talked about, no matter what decision we made because of the changes with SB, the Senate bill and the regulations of organics. So they were going up. What we saw was over a 3-year period, and what we told council is that the mixed waste processing through green waste would drive rates up over 3 years of by 57%, and a split cart would be about 44%. So increases either way. I did ask our consultant, Garth Schultz from R3, to take a look at the numbers projected by Councilmember Shahal. And I would like him to weigh in right now. So, and I want to clarify, we do not have rates for green waste on a split cart because we did not finalize any negotiations. But he has looked at the numbers, and I would like him to weigh in here on what he saw.
Okay.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm here. This is Garth Schultz with R3 Consulting Group, principal with the firm, and have been working with the city staff and was participating in the contract renegotiation processes with Recology and Mission Trail Waste Systems and assisted in the negotiation of the green waste contract. Overall, the numbers that were put forward by the council member in terms of the bottom line certainly do yield a result which is consistent with what we were presented to council at the time. Individual line items may vary, and the bottom line is that those dollar figures are not currently available to the council or to the city via the contracts that have been negotiated. Those negotiations of those final figures was ceased after we had direction from the council. And so there may be some minor variations in those, but they don't currently remain contract options at this time. In terms of the bottom line with respect to the $2.4 million a year for the cost of mixed waste processing, that is in keeping with the cost per ton in the Green Waste Recovery Agreement for residential waste of $165 a ton and the approximate 15,000 tons of garbage that comes out of the residential sector each year. So in terms of the bottom line and the overall difference between what was, a representation by Councilmember Chahal of what the split cart system would have cost and what the Green Waste Recovery Agreement is costing, it's about a 14% gap. That's exactly in line with what we presented to the council last year. And I believe it's also consistent with what was put out in the survey regarding the options available to residents with respect to split carts versus all of the food scraps and organics included in the garbage container.
So are there questions with that?
I think that it's, yeah, I mean, we're going back to the decision that we made last year about that. And I think that I still find it very confusing as to the numbers as they're proposed and what you're looking at and what we did 6 months ago and everything else. So, all right. We have no other speakers. Is there any other council members? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any other discussion? Assistant City Clerk? Councilmember O'Neill on closing the public hearing? Or do you want to speak after the public hearing?
I'll speak after.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Sorry, it took me a minute. Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. The public hearing is closed. So next, I'm going to ask the city clerk, assistant city clerk, for the objections that were received.
As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 41 written protests to the proposed solid waste increase. The number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consecutively, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember O'Neill.
Well, so I just wanted to make clear. So I think what I was hearing from Garth was that there, you know, I do recall the discussion about there was going to be an increase. What I heard Garth say was that there's a difference of 14%, not what we saw, but I would be supportive of continuing this item until no later than July 7th or 14th and making a decision on July 7th or 14th for the purpose of just making sure that everybody, that we do have the clarity on the data and that, you know, we have a chance to really communicate with the community and to make sure that the council members understand fully, and then making a decision and whichever works better for staff, either the 7th or the 14th of July, but not any further than that.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to continue this.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, just a minute, please, just a minute. There's a motion and a second to continue. This is, City Attorney, would it be continue the public hearing until the...
Well, you know, I'm trying to figure that out because the rates were supposed to go, the public notice was given that these rates would go into effect July 1st. And now you've closed the public hearing. So a modification of the, I guess if you were to delay it, it's not, I don't have experience with this in terms of a 218 hearing where you're delaying the rate increase. It certainly would limit you to not doing something else that day, whatever day you continue it to. So I'm almost thinking that you just, you know, renote. If you're going to do something different than what was in the original published notice,
we have to renotice anyway.
Not only renotice, you'd have to probably send out all the protest letters again, which you could do. I mean, it's yeah. But I'm concerned about the procedure, the 218 procedure, by continuing it.
Okay. Well, it could still be continued to a date. It just has to be renoticed for that date. Right? Because we have a motion and a second to continue.
Yeah, if you could, okay. I'm just, depending on what happens between now and then, and you know, we may have to advise you that on that date, we may have to renotice this whole thing.
Right. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the motion from Councilmember Teresa O'Neill. Like, we all should have an accurate information. If there is discrepancy in my data, I stand corrected. There's no doubt about it. And we did have a tentative agreement with Mission Trail-based systems for the calculations we did on December 10th. So we did have some idea what Mission Trail will be charging, and we had a tentative agreement with them. So I fully support that we should bring this matter back earliest possible and then decide. And if for 1 month, if we don't raise the rate, it doesn't matter. And the state legislation applies from the 1st of next year. So green waste contract is starting next of 1 year. We don't have to worry about that right now as of today if it gets delayed by 15 months. And I want to highlight the comments by Sir Cheng and some other people, residents during this thing. How can we sign a contract without even going to the public about the rate hike? That's not practically, it's not a right procedure to do. Like, we signed a rate hike and we didn't even get it approved from as per Prop 218, we didn't even get the approval before that. And second thing, all the surveys we did for the split bin, we never mentioned that how much would it cost if we don't do split bin. Like, every resident makes their decision based on what it's going to cost their pocket. So please, I will agree to that. Bring this item back in July, and then let's have all the facts together with us, and we'll go from there. And meanwhile, we can also review the contract. And I again mentioned, I'm never saying that we should cancel the contract with Green Waste. I have never said that. I'm saying look at the contract and see whatever we can do within the contract for our residential part of it. That's it. And I want to commend the staff. They have done a good job, but that if I'm projecting my data, that is based on some of the data I got from the staff and based on some data which I collected from our previous meeting. So I would say I will support the motion. Thank you.
The city attorney?
Yeah, so I just got a message from Sue in my office, and she is also concerned, and she believes we probably will have to renotice, remail. So this would not be something that we could enact 1 month from now. It would, by not enacting the rates tonight, you probably would have to make some policy decisions in July, and then we'd be looking at a rate increase probably several months out to go into effect.
Okay.
I want to just acknowledge, though, in the comments, in the December report under Table 1, the increases were noted in the report, and so there was information about the increases at the time when the council acted, as well as there was public information out there. Just getting to the comment in terms of how do you approve a contract without knowing the rates, they were in Table 1 in the December report.
Thank you for that. I do remember that. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Thank you. This is unfortunate because we did have a 4-3 vote, and Vice Mayor Ben Mahan, Councilmember Chahal, and I opposed this. And because we were concerned about the rate increases, and it does look like it's especially punitive to those who are trying to do the less garbage because their percentage is higher. And this is where we're at. We can push this out, which I guess I will support the motion because I understand the concern. But this is taking the heat for a 4-3 vote that was taken back in December.
Okay, thank you. I don't understand that, but Councilmember Davis, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, the 11th hour, and I have to agree with the city attorney and go with legal advice here, and with staff, whether the numbers that were presented tonight are right or wrong. The staff did their due diligence. We have gone through this. This renoticing could create problems for us. So I'm not understanding why, again, the statement was made, I presented the numbers, but let's go through this and then I'll stand corrected. To me, that's inaccurate. And the problem with that is that you are saying you don't trust the staff, you don't trust what was done, and it just really bothers me that we've been doing this, and the city manager brought this up. This has been going on for 2 years. The outreach was there. The split bins were voted against. I get it was a 4-3 vote, as Vice Mayor Hardy brought up, but win or lose, that's how we work democracy. So I'm really concerned about how this happened at the last minute, at the 11th hour, at the dais, and I'm sorry, but it's midnight where I am. So this is even more frustrating to me because I'm not understanding why we are not following the procedure that we were given, and we've been following a process. So why are these numbers out there on Facebook and emails or whatever confusing people who are calling in saying 43%, 45%, 70%? It doesn't make any sense. The staff is telling you that there is a 14% delta in the rates. So I understand we're going through COVID. I understand that everybody is frustrated with rate increases, but it happens, and it's been happening for a long time. I don't think it's very unusual. We did vote on it. Nobody wanted the split bins. We went to green waste because at the time, if I remember correctly, Mission Trails was not ready to do the change of taking and extrapolating the waste product. So as far as I know, we made a sound decision, but why we are second guessing it right now is I just think is inappropriate. So I am not voting to go to July to go through this whole process again. I am going to listen to the city attorney and to staff and vote to say that we need to raise the rates. Everybody's going to have to swallow the nasty little pill and just move on with this, because this doesn't make any sense to me why you keep talking about this for the last hour and a half about the same thing. We agreed on this. We voted on this. It's called democracy, people. Wake up. So I am not supporting that motion. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. I'm going to support the motion. I think that we had the presentations back in December that clearly laid out all the issues, the public outreach, what the costs were going to be. None of this is really new information. Maybe some council members just need to go back and refresh their memories about these things. But, we paid attention to the public at the time. We listened to the public, even though it was going to cost a little bit more. Our environmental goals were going to be a lot higher, and that's why we selected the process that we did, and selected green waste. I get that there's others out there that are upset that happened, but this is not the time. We signed contracts, and I really think as part of the presentation that needs to come back, we need to do some very elementary education on what it means when a city signs a contract and what it means if the city tries to go back and renegotiate a contract or breach a contract, what that means. This was brought up about a couple of weeks ago, I think, about the green waste contract. It came up in some other context, and we talked about it, and it was clear we had already signed the contract. So those who are saying we're going to save money or worried about the residents, you should be worried that the city signed a contract and that you're trying to change the contract, and the impact and the risk to the residents and the financial risk to our city will be tremendous, tremendous. So that argument doesn't work. So I just wanted to say that going forward, I think that this is probably a blessing in the skies because Councilmember Watanabe brought up the delay suggestion about delaying this because people are suffering because of that. And I know the city's going to have to, we're going to have to swallow the impact of it. But even a month or 2 or 3 delay for our residents is going to be helpful. So I was going to ask that Councilmember Watanabe's delay suggestion be in there, but it sounds like it will automatically happen that way. So thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. But I'd also like to include in there, and I think Teresa O'Neill, Councilmember O'Neill, made the motion. Did you make the motion, Councilmember O'Neill? Okay.
Yes.
That your idea for assistance, a program for assistance, that we start looking at that for those of our residents. We have it on our electrical for those on our residents that may need assistance with the garbage fees and the garbage rates. I'd like to include that as well. Because, at the end of the day, we've got to, work with our residents. But again, to get the integrity of the numbers, we have professional staff. There are not any of us on the city council that does or has the experience to do what our professional staff do. And I'm very proud of our staff and the information that they provide us, the credible information that they provide us. And to come in and, undercut and throw out all these numbers and say the staff was wrong, that this is what was happening and you didn't know about it and all that, I really think is disingenuous going forward, because it puts out the suggestion, and maybe that was done on purpose, the suggestion to our public that we're trying to not be transparent about what we do. And if anybody remembers, maybe some council members don't, but remembers what we went through on the outreach and the surveying and we had a couple of years of the pilot programs for all of this, which all culminated in the decision. I know some were on the other side of the decision, are unhappy about it, want to try to change it, but the fact is we made the decision, we signed contracts, we're moving forward, and most of it is based upon law that we have to follow. So I'm very disappointed about what's happened, but at the same time, I want to make sure we get to the correct, and verifiable numbers. And I'm going to ask our staff to be able to get that to us, because what happened here today is just out of line. It really is. But a conversation had to happen. Silver lining. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe and Councilmember O'Neill, for getting talking about the assistance and the delay for COVID. So I'm sorry, those are all my comments. I'm going to ask to call for the question, but City Manager, you had something to say? Yes.
Yes, I'd like to just explain the impacts of this decision so it's in the record and no one can ever say that they didn't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. The postponing of the decision requires, and I believe that, as Brian said, this would be the case, is that we would have to renotice for the under Prop 218. That's going to be coming back with a report on July 14th, and then doing all the renoticing. That's going to be about a 4 or 5 month delay. The lost revenue per month is about $300,000. So when you look at that, that's about $1.5 million that will have to then be of lost revenue for the services that the city has already committed by contract to provide, going back from the December council action. That $1.5 million will then have to be recaptured in the rates, which will cause the rates to go higher than what is presented today, because it will need to be collected sooner. And so I want that to be understood, and that these rates were designed for the next 12 months, but to the extent that we try to put them in over the next 6 months and recover the losses, because it cannot come from the general fund, then we will have to increase the rates to absorb and receive the higher increase. I just want to explain that. If it's not clear, I'm happy to go back and rephrase that. And any assistance plan on the rates would need to be put together from a general fund source, not the rates. We cannot have subsidized rates from other payers for low income or for any rate assistance. So we'd have to have a general fund contribution.
Right, I understand that. Yes, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Chahal.
Madam Mayor, you mentioned that I discounted the staff report. I never said the staff data given by the staff is wrong. I did not, and I stand by corrected. Any numbers which I plugged in my sheet of staff is 100% accurate, what staff gave me, okay? If at all you're trying, and there were two questions for me. One was the 43% hike on the staff admin charges and the landfill reduction. I did ask that question, and I stand corrected on the landfill because Director Craig mentioned that will be a reduction, and I do mention that. So your notion that I'm trying to put staff at a position is very wrong. I collected some of my own data, and that is on me, not on staff. So please do not try to put somebody with somebody's comments like that. Thank you very much.
All right, I was just noticing that your numbers were different from staff, so they're in opposition to staff. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other public presentations on this? Anything? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And that passes 5-1. Okay, moving on. We now have update on City Council and Stadium Authority staff referrals. We have that information. Okay. Reports of members and special committees. Do we have any?
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I was not here on the 19th for your State of City, and I wanted to read my introduction for Al and Diana. Is that okay with you?
It's a little late, but yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Okay, I was traveling last week, so that I would like to read my introduction speech recognizing Al and Diana. I want to publicly congratulate Al and Diana Valros, co-owners of Tony and Alba's Pizza and Pasta in Santa Clara District 6. Even though you have a San Jose mailing address, we did not require you to show your passport to do business with us here in Santa Clara. March 16th will be remembered by residents of Santa Clara County because it was the date that the county issued the shelter-in-place order as the world was experiencing the global pandemic named COVID-19. Panic set in, and then for some reason, toilet paper was worth its weight in gold. Personally, I never understood the TP issue. Tony and Diana immediately recognized that Santa Clara's precious senior population would suffer during this unparalleled time in history. As true community builders and leaders, Tony and Diana, through Tony and Alba's Pizza and Pasta, began providing free meals to our senior population and in frontline heroes to keep them fed. For seniors, this is especially important because it also provided financial relief. I thank you. The call for service was instinctual to Al and Diana, and they sprang into action. Getting back to the community and respecting your elders are important, strong values instilled in Tony and Diana, as they set an example for the rest of us to follow. Al and Diana, the reason I selected you to be recognized was because of the fact that you jumped out of the box so fast. You helped folks that were in a state of panic about food, shelter, and being isolated. Your Facebook reads, "The purpose of life is here to help others get through it." You live by your word. Both of you are true compassionate humanitarians. Al, your humor alone is healing and comforting. Your mantra, let's get ready to ramble, is hysterical with breakfast ramblings and keeping in touch with your social media messages of hope, inspiration, and the funny everyday life scenarios. I wanted to add, you have quite the viewership on Facebook, lots of views, but probably even more by now. And I would like to also add that you generously and compassion were recently recognized nationally by People magazine. With such a community devotion, you truly deserve to be honored with the District 6 COVID-19 Community Heroes Award. So in closing, I would like to state, Al, have a slice day. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Is there anybody else? Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Councilmember O'Neill. I just wanted to raise a concern that I've received from a resident, and I'm seeing it also on Nextdoor. Perhaps the city manager can comment, or a message can be sent out to the community about the use of illegal fireworks. I think because people have been so cooped up, I'm seeing in the regional media and even the national media, but I am getting, people who are very concerned at all, very late at night, maybe because people are home, the use of the fireworks and particularly the impact that it's having on animals. So I don't know if we still want people to call the non-emergency number, or if we have kind of a strategy that we're going to be employing to try to get people to be more reasonable and considerate of their neighbors in terms of the fireworks.
Okay,
So
thank
that's
you.
all. I just wanted to bring that to the attention.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Is anybody else?
Mayor, if I could just.
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor, thank you. Just to add to what Councilmember O'Neill just said, I actually talked to the chief about the issue yesterday because I've been hearing the same complaints, and the police department was they were putting out something out on social media today to address the issue and how it's illegal and what they could do. So I know the police department it will be taking some action on it. If they haven't done it today, they will be soon, communicating to the residents about it.
Okay.
That's all.
Anyone else? All right. That leads us to, City Manager, Executive Director report.
Yes, we will be getting out more communications leading up to 4th of July. We have a communication strategy about fireworks, and if, as Councilmember Watanabe said, if it didn't go out today, it certainly is on our work plan leading up to the 4th of July. I also wanted to mention that today's Northside COVID-19 testing was a success. We were able to provide testing with the county for 435 people today in a 6-hour time frame. And so obviously the services will continue this week. And those are great numbers for our first day.
That's amazing. I thought they were going to do like 200 a day. So that's more than double. It just shows the need out there for testing sites, especially in Santa Clara. Thank you, City Manager, and Lisa Schoenthal for arranging all that. Okay, that leads us to our adjournment, and we have 3 very special people that I'd like the council to adjourn in memory of this evening. The first is George E. Farfan. He was a lifelong resident of Santa Clara. George E. Farfan was born on February 22nd, 1927 in Santa Clara, California. He was a lifelong resident of Santa Clara, graduating from Santa Clara High School in 1945. George would often talk about the old downtown he remembered from his youth. It was there at a movie theater that he met his wife of 69 years, Patricia LeDuc. It was also downtown where he spent most of his career at the Santa Clara Post Office. George served in the Navy and was given an honorable discharge. He was also a Santa Clara volunteer firefighter, a member of Native Sons of the Golden West, and was involved in the local Spanish Heritage Society. George loved Christmas time. Each year, he played Santa Claus for many children of friends and relatives and would also visit local hospitals. George E. Farfan passed away peacefully at home on June 13th, 2020, surrounded by his loving family. He is survived by his wife, Patricia, 6 children, Susan, Nancy, George, Joan, Tom, and Tim, 8 grandchildren, and 8 great-grandchildren. Next, I'd like to ask that the council adjourn in memory of Emma Fontana Calaterna, a lifelong Santa Clara resident. Emma Fontana Calaterna was born on December 26, 1918 in Santa Clara, California. After high school, Emma attended beauty college and worked in local canneries to save money to open her own business. She graduated from Sullivan Beauty School at 20 years of age and went into business as an owner and stylist of her own hair salon. She worked from the age of 12, and when she was 21, and she and a partner opened their own shop. In 1941, Emma met Mickey Calaterna at a picnic, and they married in 1942. They bought the lot at 1346 Franklin Street in 1946 and built the building that was home to Emma's Coiffures. Emma had a faithful following of customers who remember her as an amazing person who always had the energy for more. Emma was a stalwart of the Santa Clara community for many decades. She had tremendous energy as a volunteer to local causes. With a penchant for social gatherings and fundraising, she and Mickey raised over more than $100,000 through the years for many city programs they supported. Santa Clara Library, Santa Clara Aquamade, Santa Clara Vanguards, Triumph Museum of Art, Harris Lass Historical Museum, Police Activity League, Girl Scouts Little League, Catholic Youth Organization, Santa Clara High School, St. Clair School, Booksor Middle School, San Jose City College, Egg News Youth Center, and the Santa Clara Youth Village. She and fellow volunteers organized a fashion show fundraiser to help finance the Universal Child statue at then New City Hall in 1946. She also served on the city's Cultural Advisory Commission and the Keep Santa Clara Clean program. She was an enthusiastic library supporter. The yearbook section of the Santa Clara City Library is named for her, as well as a yearly children's author event in which a published author is invited to present and books are given out to children who attend. Among her many awards were induction into Santa Clara Unified Hall of Fame in 2004, the Chamber of Commerce Award of Merit in 1966, and the Austin Warburton Award in 2006. She received Santa Clara's first Those Who Inspire Award in 2006 and was once dubbed a one-woman Chamber of Commerce for the city of Santa Clara. Emma Calaterna passed away on June 14, 2020, at the age of 101. She was preceded in death by her husband of 72 years, Mickey Calaterna, and is surrounded by her daughter, Danielle Calaterna, grandson, Michael, and his wife, Carrie, and 10 nieces and nephews. And finally, I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Blanca Estela Miller Calunga, a Santa Clara resident. Blanca Estela Miller Calunga was born on March 16th, 1926 in Tampico, Mexico, and was the oldest of 4 children. In 1954, she and her husband, Raul, along with their 3 young children, left Mexico City and immigrated to the United States for the promise of a better future. The transition was easier because Blanca was bilingual, having graduated from the British Academy Maddox. Blanca's career spanned more than 25 years at the California Employment Development Department, starting as a secretary and ultimately managing the San Jose Farm Labor Office. She was an incredible mentor to both women and men throughout her tenure with EDD. While working full-time, she also taught English as a second language and citizenship classes 3 nights per week for more than 10 years. After retiring, Blanca worked as a highly competent court interpreter, possessing all the formidable traits: a keen listener, extensive vocabulary, and culturally aware and extremely highly ethical. She quickly earned a reputation as one of the best interpreters and was one of the few who interpreted simultaneously in Santa Clara County. Having an entrepreneurial drive, Blanca's achievements as a local real estate investor were also notable. She took great pride in all of her Santa Clara properties and was also known for her green thumb, evidenced by her beautiful roses. Throughout her life, Blanca quietly helped countless people. She is described as a true friend, a generous individual, and the kindest of all human beings to all who were fortunate enough to know. Although Alzheimer's slowly took her away, it never, ever diminished her kind spirit. Blanca leaves behind a legacy, most notably a very close and loving family, instilling the importance of life's core values, education, and initiative in her children and the generations that followed. Blanca Miller Kalunga peacefully left this earth on June 13th, 2020, surrounded by her loving family. She is survived by her 3 children, Raul, Victor, and Charmaine, 6 grandchildren. 1 is Yvette Sessions, that I know many of you know, and 6 great-grandchildren. And I just wanted to say that I met her in the 1990s when I was on the council, and she was having trouble with one of our building inspectors. And so she was a tiny little woman, and I met her, and I was so impressed with her and her real estate portfolio. She was a fierce lady, and she was definitely one of a kind and a self-made person, and one that was so highly respected. So I'd like to ask the council if we could please adjourn in all 3 of their memories this evening. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Motion second to adjourn. Assistant City Clerk?
May I ask who seconded the motion?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal? Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everybody.